And here it is, ding dong. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is, ding dong. Here I am. Hope you're there with me. The session commences. You'll notice that we're starting slightly earlier than we usually do. I'm trying to move the time back somewhat because the sessions, they get too late into the night in some instances. So I'm trying to pull that back somewhat so we say how this goes. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 holy. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In Yamadika, Yabika Kokwanam no. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo. It's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along. Holy, 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 holy. Is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In Yamadika, Yabika Kokwanam no. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo.
And there it is right there, the holy, holy song. So holy, holy, as guys, I bring you this. 2023 presidency, why Peter Obi is overrated. So it's not even me saying this, it is Joe Igbokwe, his own tribesman, saying this. But a lot of people are of that thought, and a lot of people say that space is somewhat all hype, no substance. It looks as though this guy might not necessarily be far from that thought either. From the headline, 2023 presidency, why Peter Obi is overrated, Joe Igbokwe. So quite what led him to that thought, we find out shortly. This to be found out shortly as well. And now this is a turn up for the books. Well, a turn up for the books, I say, but really somewhat anticipated because they had no other choice than to do as they have done. So Justin, new twist as Yobe North aspirants drag Machina APC Inec to court over alleged exclusion. So there's plenty of stories to be read out in that particular space. This rather is a story line that we have been tracking since it first broke onto the new space. New twist as Yobe North aspirant drags Machina APC Inec to court over alleged exclusion. So that's that, but about 2-3 more headlines in that space. Reactions as Inec certifies Machina winner of Yobe State North APC Senatorial primary. So, of course, that is a place of battle that are occupied by Machina on the one hand, and on the opposing side, the chairman of the party, Abdullahi Adamu, and the rubber stamp Senate President Ahmad Lawan. They were trying to pull a fast one, of course, on this Machina, who would not have it, and it looks as though Inec are not having it as well. Reactions as Inec certifies Machina winner of Yobe North APC Senatorial primary. So quite what's simply there, we find out shortly. Still another headline on that space. Inec certifies Bashir Machina winner of Yobe North APC Senatorial primary, ignores Ahmad Lawan. So the right thing seems to have been done in this particular instance. And really, as I said, they had no other space to go other than to do that. So back with All Matters Peter Obi, of course, hopefully within the next few weeks, we'll be able to escape from this guy. But at the moment, everywhere you look, he's there. Enugu community invoke deities for Peter Obi's victory in 2023 election. So there it is right there, Tibon Togun, as they say in Yoruba land, Tibon Togun. So all manners of everything now being thrown at this particular space. Undugurudu gets his PVC card. Enugu community invokes deity for Peter Obi's victory in 2023 elections. So quite what simply there we find out shortly. This, of course, still under space of exclusions. Names of Lawan, Akpabio, Umahi, missing as Inec release list of candidates for 2023 polls. So, of course, the anticipation is, and it looks as though this is what has been done, that Inec would cross-check the names submitted to them via the individual parties' portals against the primaries that they supervised and the winners that emerged from that space. So if there's a deviation in that name, if there's anything missing, of course, they will park whatever it is that the party has sent them to one side and either reinstate the person that they know won that primary or void the space completely. So those are the two choices that were available to INEC. And I myself suggested this copiously on this platform, but a lot of people were of a different thought. But it looks as though that is the direction of travel that INEC necessarily and compulsorily have embarked upon. Names of Lawan, Akpabio, Umahi missing as INEC releases list of candidates for 2023 polls. So there it is right there. I mean, there was no other place to go for INEC apart from to go there. So there they have gone. So that's the list so far. I'm pretty much... hold on. So yes, so that's the list so far, and pretty much there'll be other elements coming in. Actually, let me give you this headline as well, which we may well read out. It's still All Matters presidential elections. Kwakwanso in closed-door meeting with Wike. So Wike now the bride of the ball, the belle of the ball for the 2023 space, having been used and dumped by the APC. He's put on his glad rags and now being courted by All Matters Senior Politics Nigeria. Kwakwanso in closed-door meeting with Wike. So essentially, all these closed-door meetings is more really the headlines and the photo opportunities than anything of meaning that we're looking to emerge from the space. So that is it. That's the menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. The hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to come join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you into a studio. And as soon as I finish reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. So as we set about doing all that, let me provide a little bit of another musical backdrop to intro the readout of the headlines. So your calabash to the ready, we join the Kega.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Failati keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there, the Kegites. I was just actually looking at a Fani Kayode headline as that music was playing out. I'm not sure if there's a human being more ridiculous than Femi Fani Kayode in God's own earth. So we all know the backdrop of his relationship with his wife. So here is now a new headline that he's making. The return of a great and beautiful queen, resplendent as the morning star, Femi Fani Kayode hails estranged wife, Precious Chikwendu, as she reunites with their kids at his home. And there it is right there. And that's the full circle of the ridiculousness that is the totality of Femi Fani Kayode's life. I'm not sure there's a human being more ridiculous on this planet. After all that we've read in the papers between these two elements, the return of a great and beautiful queen, resplendent as the morning star, Fani Kayode hails estranged wife, Precious Chikwendu, as she reunites with their kids at his home. So that's just something that caught my eye whilst that music was playing. But back to the politics of it, why Peter Obi is overrated Joe Igokwe. So a clansman, so a clansman speaking now, his clansman, I should say. I'm not, of course, his clansman. I'm an Oyo man. As Nigerians eagerly anticipate the 2023 presidency, a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress APC Lagos chapter, Joe Igokwe, on Friday, described the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi as overrated. Correspondents report that Igokwe, a top campaigner of Bola Tinubu presidential candidate of the ruling APC, berated Obi for a past comment condemning President Mohamed Buhari's system of stimulating the economy via erecting and renovating critical infrastructure. You can't use infrastructure to drive economic growth. Obi said at the time during an interview on Arise, you invest in education and the SME, that is the small medium enterprises sector, instead to deal with poverty. So you invest in education and SME sector instead to deal with poverty, he said. Making a flashback to the comment, Igbokwe reprimanded the former Anambra State governor, concluding that he's just a trader. Somebody who wants to be president of Nigeria is telling you that infrastructure does not drive economy in the 21st century, and you are taking the person serious. Peter is overrated in Nigeria. He's just a trader, he wrote on his known Facebook page. So as I said, the uncoupling, the unpeeling, of course, when you want to, I don't know if you like corn, but when you usually want to have corn, especially within the Nigerian space, you have to peel the shaft from it to reveal the corn's charge itself, that then you bring to the boil. So the green things that you peel off the corn, this is the unpeeling that we're seeing of the Peter Obi narrative now, wrapped in this flowery narrative that just unravels very quickly just as soon as somebody prods at it. 20 million to 100 million, this, that, and the other. You don't use infrastructure to drive economy and all of that jazz. So show us the substance is what we're saying. Show us the substance. It's the substance that is going to carry it, because the hype has now brought him to the attention of everybody. So that has been done. But now nobody is going to be subsumed by the hype. It is the substance that is going to convince people. So show us the money, as they said in Jerry Maguire. Show me the money. Show us the substance. Not a P2B. No. We've heard all that. Show us the substance. Show us the money. Justin, new twist as Yobe North aspirant drag Machina APC Inec to court over alleged exclusion. The race for the All Progressives Congress APC Yobe North Senatorial District ticket in Yobe State has taken another dimension as one of the senatorial aspirants, Abubakar Jinjiri, and these people are Nigerians, by the way, just like Bayo is a Nigerian and Okechukwu is a Nigerian. Somebody called Abubakar Jinjiri claims to be from the same country as Adebayo Faleti. Imagine that. Abubakar Jinjiri. Let me spell it for you. Jinjiri. That is actually the name of a human being. Abubakar Jinjiri. There it is. It's a Nigerian, according to him. The race for the All Progressives Congress APC Yobe North Senatorial District ticket in Yobe State has taken another dimension as one of the senatorial aspirants, Abubakar Jinjiri, has approached a federal high court in Damaturu, the state capital, over his alleged exclusion from the primary election, which produced Honorable Bashir Machina. Jinjiri was listed as one of the parties in the suit before Justice Fadima Murtala Aminu of the Federal High Court. His counsel, Barrister Usman Lukman Nuhu, my goodness me. These names are as alien from yours. Anyway, let me not do that. So let me not do that. His counsel, Barrister Usman Lukman Nuhu, said his client was challenging Machina, both Yobe chapter of APC and the national headquarters of the party, as well as the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) over alleged exclusion. He said Jinjiri was deprived of participating in the Yobe North senatorial primary despite his presence at the venue. I believe that you have the copy of the result sheets of the primary. You could clearly see that my client's name and the vote he got were not there, he said. He stated that the exclusion of an aspirant contravenes Section 84, subsection 3 and 4 of the Electoral Act 2022. The case has been adjourned till July the 21st, 2022. Machina had polled 289 votes in the primary election, which was monitored by Inec and other relevant security agencies. However, the winner of the primary election is currently embroiled in a battle over the ownership of the APC ticket with the president of the Senate, Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, who is currently representing Yobe North in the Senate. Lawan contested for the APC presidential ticket and lost to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu earlier this month. Correspondents report that the national leadership of the APC, however, forwarded Lawan's name to Inec for recognition as the candidate of the party for Yobe North Senatorial District in the elections in 2023, a development that has sparked outrage on social media. However, official documents domiciled in Inec and cited by correspondents pointed to the fact that Machina duly won the APC Yobe North Senatorial primary. So it gets more complex, of course, more convoluted within that space. But we're still within that space as we go to another headline. Reaction as Inec certifies Machina winner of Yobe North APC senatorial primary. Reactions has trailed the recognition of Bashir Machina as the authentic winner of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC primary for Yobe North Senatorial District. Correspondents recall that Machina emerged as the winner of the Yobe North Senatorial primary of the APC after scoring 289 votes out of 300 delegates, but was eventually dropped for the Senate President, Ahmed Lawan. However, the electoral body has now certified Machina as the winner of the senatorial primaries for Yobe State. He will battle the senatorial seat with candidates from different political parties in 2023. The declaration of Machina as the winner of the senatorial ticket comes after INEC said it lacked the powers to pick a candidate in an election, even though its authentication is necessary to certify that an election was held. Recall Lawan started attempting to seize the ticket from Machina after losing the ruling party's presidential convention, which was won handily by Bola Tinubu on June the 8th. On June the 8th, reacting, some Nigerians took to Twitter to express their views on the... Sorry, I've scrolled past. Reacting, some Nigerians took to Twitter to express their views on the matter that has divided the ruling APC in Yobe. See some of the reactions below. So this is Akundure Duro. This is what he has to say. This shouldn't have gotten to this point. Just like every other sensitive case, the president appears unaware and or unbothered. It doesn't sound right that the Senate president isn't returning. Adamu is applying force where he should apply sense. So you can only apply what you have, of course. This is Olu Robs, the next commentator. Ahmed Lawan still want to go to the Senate again. He has been in the National Assembly since 1999. Greedy and shameless man. This is Omo Oshun 100. That is what happens when people build their life and existence around politics. Without it, they are nothing in the society. So that's what he thinks. This is Bonario, the next commentator. What a way for nature to reward the worst Senate president ever in the history of Nigeria. And then he does 3 laughing emoji faces. I love this game. He rounds off. The next commentator, Lawan, will still get the ticket. The dude should be offered tons of money and threat of EFCC, especially if he has held any public office previously. So he's asking them to revert to type. Samuel comes in. We await further fallout of the APC presidential ticket, abracadabra. Things have spun out of their control and are about to fall apart. The drama is just developing. Stay tuned. Another commentator rooting for you, Alhaji Bashir, for taking this bold step against imposition tantamount to our democratic principle as a nation. I don't know what tantamount means. It doesn't know what that word is because it's not tantamount. Tantamount means tantamount means equals to. So it's not in context. Listen to what he's saying. These are people that just use words that think it makes them sound clever, but actually they come off looking stupid. It says, rooting for you, Alhaji Bashir, for taking this bold step against imposition, tantamount to our democratic principle as a nation. So it's just nonsense, isn't it? I will deploy resources at my disposal to support your election, even if na 20K na my money I no still am. I just want to see a working National Assembly. So on and on it goes. All of them, of course, mocking Lawan and congratulating the guy. So we're still within that space, of course, but we expand. Oh, hold on. Okay, we're still within that space. Inec certifies Bashir Machina winner of Yobe North APC Senatorial primary, ignores Lawan. This might well be somewhat repetitive. The independent National Electoral Commission has affirmed Bashir Machina as the winner of the ruling All Progressives Congress primary for Yobe North Senatorial District. A certified true copy of Inec's report from the May 28, 2022 election showed Mr. Machina scored 289 votes out of 300 delegates, corroborating the politician's public claim that he won the primary and legally emerged candidate. The document, certified by the Electoral Office on June the 23rd, 2022, did not mention Ahmed Lawan, the Senate President, who has been laboring to steal Machina's mandate in collusion with the party's national chairman, Abdullahi Adamu. Mr. Adamu had listed Mr. Lawan as the candidate of the APC for Yobe North senatorial election slated for February 2023, claiming that a primary had secretly held in which Mr. Lawan purportedly emerged winner. And by the way, how do you hold a primary secretly when the Inec rules states categorically that they have to superintend the primary? So this is just the ridiculous. It's just a farce, isn't it? It's beyond a joke, but there it is. It's just a farce. Mr. Adamu had listed Mr. Lawan as the candidate of the APC for Yobe North senatorial election slated for February 2023, claiming that a primary has secretly held in which Mr. Lawan purportedly emerged winner, even though Mr. Machina has been certified winner by the Electoral Office. He still expects additional fights ahead when INEC will post candidates standing for the election across different political parties in the coming week. INEC had said it lacked the powers to pick a candidate in an election, even though its authentication was necessary to certify that an election held. Mr. Lawan started making attempts to seize the ticket from Mr. Machina after losing at the ruling party's presidential convention, which was won handily by Bola Tinubu on June the 8th. So there it is right there. So that documents that space. Enugu community invokes deity for Peter Obi's victory in 2023 election. Residents of Umana in some local government area of Enugu have invoked their deities to rise up against any force or power that will hinder the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, from emerging as the winner of the 2023 general elections. This is coming a few days after an Enugu Catholic priest and spiritual director of the Adoration Ministry Enugu, Father Ijike Mbaka, came under fire for declaring that the former governor of Anambra State could not be Nigerian president because he was a stingy man that cannot give people his money. Mbaka had also said that if Igbos want a representative it is not someone like Obi because he's cursed. But in a 5 minute and 29-second video seen by correspondents, the chief priest of the Olusi Ebeluigu Anu, Dr. Eze Fellow, with 4 other elders of the community, invoked the deities to go after anything that would stop Obi from winning the election. Fellow, who spoke mainly in Igbo language, said he did not know Obi in person, but what he was doing was a directive from the spirits of his gods, and therefore prayed to the deity to take over the federal government for the victory of Obi. He said, I, Dr. Ezefellow, one of Ibeliugu, and my cabinet members have gathered together today, the great Eke Day, to declare that it shall be well with all the Igbos. Our declaration today is for Peter Obi. We declare that Peter Obi will be our leader. He will be the president because Igbos do not love themselves. Our prayers today is that Igbos and the deities of Ibeliugu will rise up as we are in something land today to declare that Peter Obi will embark on this journey, and no power of man or woman will stop him. All the evil and wicked men will fail. I, Dr. Eze Fellow, one of Ibelugu, and the elders of the land of Izegu today are to declare that our prayers must work. We invite all the deities of our land to rise up in battle and bring back our rights. We do not know who Peter Obi is, but what we are doing today is a spiritual thing. It is what my spirit told me to do that I am doing. The spirit of our deities, we call on you to rise up and go to the federal and get our rights. As we call on you physically, is the way we call on you in spirit. So there it is right there. Undugurudu gets his PVC card. So that is the Undugurudu vote tagged and bagged. So back to Inec. Names of Lawan, Akpabio, Umahi missing as Inec releases list of candidates for 2023 polls. The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC on Friday released the list and particulars of candidates vying for several positions at the federal level in the forthcoming 2023 general elections. The names of Senate President Ahmad Lawan, Governor of Ebonyi State, Dave Umahi, and Niger Delta Minister Godswill Akpabio were missing from the list, despite several laws prohibiting. Oh, right. I think this tails off into another story because this goes into some. No. This goes into a different story. So that seems to be the caption. The next line says, it says, despite several laws prohibiting sexual harassment in Nigeria, many victims are forced to quit their dream job. All right, this tails off into a completely different article. So we leave that there. So this is now the last readout, and then we see if anybody is available to take it on. Kwakwanso in closed door meeting with Wike. So now let's find out now. Wike now the belle of the ball. The presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party NNPP, Rabiu Kwakwanso, has joined an array of political heavyweights paying private visits to Rivers Governor Yemsin Wike. Kwakwanso, who led a delegation of his party leaders and friends, was said to have held crucial discussions with Wike behind closed doors. Kwakwanso, after the meeting, which had a former Ekiti Governor Ayo Fayose in attendance, posed for photographs and left in the evening without disclosing the reason for his visit. It was, however, learned that the former Kano governor in the meeting, which held on Friday at the governor's Port Harcourt country home, sought Wike's support for his presidential ambition. So there it is right there. Do I give you then, let me just give you, because I gave you the headline, let me give you then the ridiculousness that is Femi Fani-Kayode. The return of a great and beautiful queen, resplendent as the morning star. I think that's a Shakespearean sort of something as the morning star. I can't quite remember what that phrase is, but that is where he's called that from. The return of a great and beautiful queen, resplendent as the morning star. Femi Fani-Kayode hails estranged wife, Precious Chikwendu, as she reunites with their kids at his home. So there it is right there. The farmer needs a wife. Femi Fani-Kayode has taken to Instagram to shower Precious Chikwendu with encomium after years of animosity. 4 months, Precious had been accusing Fani-Kayode of keeping her from her kids, and they have been in court battling over custody of their children. Precious finally got a chance to visit her 4 sons at FFK's house, and the former aviation minister shared photos on Instagram. In the caption, he praised Precious, his ex-wives, and his kids are from previous relationships. He said of Precious's return, it was the dramatic return of a great and beautiful queen who was simply resplendent and who shone as brightly as the morning star. There are some moments that words cannot capture or express, and this was one of them. He added, Mama Aragon displayed such courage, grace, dignity, and class. This was a moment that light overcame darkness, and that the secret prayers of 4 handsome little princes were answered. So let's just see what it says. The real FFK. This was a truly surreal and historical moment. For the first time in 2 years, totally unexpectedly and out of the blue, and after she took our sons Aragon, Ragnar, Aiden, and Liam out for yet another beautiful outing, Mama Aragon came to the house to visit us. For 2 years, she and I have not seen or spoken to one another, but on Saturday afternoon, we spent no less than 4 hours together, in which we talked, laughed, and shared some beautiful moments. It was touching to see members of my household and the staff receive her, and led by our first son, Aragon, who held her tightly by the hand, and ushered her through the gates and into the compound, as I watched in utter disbelief and surprise from the balcony. Moments earlier, I had seen them walking down from the top of the road through the CCTV cameras and from the same balcony. It was a small crowd led by Aragon and his mother. They walked slowly with radiant smiles and laughter, whilst a convoy of cars followed them from behind. It was the dramatic return of a great and beautiful queen who was simply resplendent and who shone as brightly as the morning star. There are some moments that words cannot capture or express, and this was one of them. After 2 long years of contentious silence and acrimonious separation, she graced us with her presence and came home. It was a joy all around to see the return of this great lioness. Every single one of the 60 people that live and work in our home were happy to see her, and some even shed a few secret tears of joy. Mama Aragon displayed such courage, grace, dignity, and class. Mama Aragon displayed such, yes, and that goes on to repeat. That was a moment that I shall cherish for many years. So this guy is prone to the superfluous and the dramatic. So he always talks in this manner anyway, just some ridiculous guy. This was a triumph for all lovers of peace and sons and daughters of righteousness. This was the day that the power of God was made manifest, that the joy came to Zuna close, and that the Lion of Aso Drive roared in glory, victory, power, and strength. This was a moment that proved beyond all reason. I mean, this is going to go on forever. We could be here for 3 days just reading ridiculous nonsense from this, crackhead. This was a moment that proved beyond all reasonable doubt that patience, restraint, understanding, and peace brings nothing but joy and blessing. This was a moment that light overcame darkness, and on and on it goes, and that the secret prayers of 4 handsome little princes were answered. Does it end there? It continues. This was a moment when love, mutual respect, trust, and mutual forgiveness triumphed, and Satan was put to it goes on. It goes on. So Fanik Kayode, of course, in his usual half-brain nonsense. So that's it right there. Fanik Kayode, a yam head. We all know that. So Baba Kure, I say you. Moses, I say you. Emmanuel, I see you. The mighty Mr. Gomez joins us with his presence, and RB, good to have you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Let's go straight away then to the mighty Mr. Gomez, who doesn't at all like. There's no smile on your face, Alexander. I'm worried. Why is that?
Yeah, I'm having problems with my air conditioner.
All right. Good to see you. Your friend FFK, he's back in circulation.
Yeah, my bro.
Yeah, bloviating and making noise as is. Only he talks in that manner. It's just a loud mouth.
You can't take it away from him. The man has an impeccable background. First class education. And as a Yoruba man, this thing's meant a lot to me. So no matter his shortcomings, he's still someone that I hold in high esteem. He's my baby brother.
He went to Oxford, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And I think he went to Eton too. His father went to Oxford. His grandfather went to Oxford.
There it is.
This is an impeccable background. I don't think there's anyone in Nigeria today who has that kind, who can beat that kind of impeccable background. I'm happy I don't know whether they're back together again. I'm happy they have a relationship of sorts right now, because when you go your separate ways, it's the kid that ultimately suffer for it. So I'm happy.
That's superfluous output with those gushing words. That's just opening the window for it. That's the door of reconciliation being opened, isn't it?
Yeah, I read that on my Facebook page this morning. It flashed on my Facebook page earlier today. I'm very happy. I'm happy for them. I hope they can make it work this time around.
Yeah.
But Femi is not an easy person.
No, I think that's why 4, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got an attitude problem because of his background. So he'll tell you who's your father before you know it. He'll remind you where he comes from. So that's the problem. But I wish him all the best.
It's only by virtue of good upbringing that you did not gravitate in that direction, because you are.
No, my father kept us well grounded. Yeah. My father kept us well grounded. We could. I actually relate more to the working class than I do the upper echelon of the society. I take pleasure in relating to and communicating and interacting with the working class that I do the upper class. I think the ones that are the higher echelon, they're just empty and full of themselves, and I can't relate to that for some strange reasons. I can't.
All right. So to the politics of it, did you want to comment on the politics of it somewhat?
Yeah, I wanted to comment on one or two things. The Kedemadu thing. I don't know. I heard someone was saying on the platform, because I was listening back to your show today. I had to leave halfway yesterday. So whatever drama occurred on the show, I heard of. I watched about an hour ago. But someone was saying that the person that they brought in as a donor, they had found out, because I was wondering, I'm in the medical profession, before you do that, I mean, you must know for sure that the kidneys match.
It's a match, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know why they did that. And I don't understand too. Sometimes we are so smart, but we make stupid mistakes. I don't know why he didn't use his diplomatic passport, because that would have avoided all this embarrassment. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Nobody talked about that yesterday. But paid someone to. He actually bought the guy to use his Nigeria, man. Golly, man. You know, I have a.
Are you condemning him for it? Because on reflection, I can't see. It doesn't get the full blame, or does it get the full blame?
In the late 70s and early 80s, and I know families that did that a lot in London. We had a lot of very successful Nigerians bring their house boys and house girls to come serve them like the Arabs do now, to come serve them in London. And I think that after a while, the government got to know about it, and that was banned, and that was why that stopped. So I'm totally against that. I'm totally against that. I was talking to somebody today, and I'm saying that. Why didn't they look for a match in the family? Mother couldn't match, father couldn't match, siblings couldn't match, cousins couldn't match. But they think in Nigeria, the rich people always think, oh, we can always buy anything we want. So I in as much as a father, I know, especially from his wife's perspective, I know nobody wants to lose a child. But I think the route they went through was a very poor route and in the main very wicked, because they treat the person like a houseboy. They maltreated the person, which is typical of Nigerian upper class families. So I'm upset about that, and I think whatever he gets, he deserves it. That's what I think.
It is likely to do jail time, because the way they are looking at it, they are calling it human trafficking,
yeah,
and organ harvesting. So those are high octane crimes. That's not pickpocketing. That's not even fraud. That is at the topmost level. That's just short of murder, as far as the UK would look.
Yeah.
And a minor, you're an Englishman. They don't joke with minors and children here.
No, I know they're very protected. I know, but the rich don't have no regards for the working class, for the downtrodden, and they don't even know. They don't even see them. I mean, they don't see them. They just see them as, I don't know. I don't. We have to change our mindset. There's something wrong with our mindset in Nigeria. There's something wrong, and if we don't change this mindset, we can't move forward. We got to be able to change this mindset. We have to have love for one another. Love is imperative. If you love your fellow human beings, if you love your fellow countrymen, you want to do that. Buy him or pay him off and go use his kidneys. I mean, it's unpardonable. It's totally out of order. I don't understand it. And then this Machina guy. I'm happy he stuck to his guns, and I'm happy that Inec didn't revoke his mandate away from him. Lawan has got no legitimate right to want to contest as a governor, as a senator. Pardon my slip, because he miscalculated. He thought he was going to get the consensus candidacy. He didn't get it, and he lost the Senate process. So he should go back to his village and go farm. I think he'll be good at that.
Yes. But you see, that guy has been in the Senate since 1999. You wouldn't believe. It's almost like being stripped naked. So all the retinue of the razzmatazz of when he goes out of his house, like a convoy of a motorcade of security personnel and everybody, Rankadede or Raisa, everybody coming to him to look for a favor. Now he has to carry the basket behind his wife, and they go to the shop.
I need someone. I need a political. I don't know. Ajale Koko is has the wherewithal to answer this question. Isn't there a term limit in the Constitution for how many times a senator can return to the chambers? I think there is.
No,
I think that was what there isn't.
There isn't.
Oh, okay.
No. As is where you are, there's no time limit. The Nigerian system is predicated upon the American template.
Okay. So I actually thought there was, because I thought my brother was. Someone in my family was trying to tell me that Remy was only allowed to go for 2 terms and extended it for 3 terms. So I guess I was wrong about that. But let me let you carry on with your show, and I hope to.
Just before you go, the skirmish that I had with that fella just latterly in that in yesterday's session. Do you think I was a bit excessive?
Yes, you were.
Yeah.
Yes, you were. He Theo Ballard's kind of, I don't know, he can push your button a little bit and he goes ta, 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 ta. That can be irritating to a certain degree. But you got upset because you said Mr. Know-it-all. But I was talking to Ajay earlier today on a private conversation, and I think this is just a spillover from whatever happened before when he called you a bigotish tribal bigot.
So I probably had him marked down.
I think so. Down. This one just touched you, rubbed you the wrong way, and you had to put him in his place. I remember saying something on this platform one time about this outsourcing of jobs. We as Nigerians, we have to know how to be respectful and talk to people in a friendly, very, very friendly way. That's why all these multinationals cannot come to Nigeria and set up a call station because Nigerians are just naturally, they will snap. If you do something that they don't like, they'll snap, and nobody wants that company image destroyed. And that's why they're not coming. Do you think they don't want to come? We're the most brilliant Africans. There's no two ways about it. If you listen to this,
we speak the best English. We speak English better than the Indians, where they go to for this call center. Something.
Yeah, when you listen to this conversation, this guy that Kalakuta, whatever his name is, and what's his name? The attorney. When this and
enigmatic.
Some of these contributors, they just blow your mind with their evaluation. You might not necessarily subscribe to what they're saying, but I mean, their logical reasoning is just so up there that I go to bed. Sometimes I sleep very happy because I'm saying, what a set of intelligence folks. These guys are brilliant. But our temperament is what we need to control. We need to control our temperament. We need to respect the way we talk to one another. And it's very important. You overreacted a little.
Go on, sorry.
You overreacted a little bit, justifiably so. But as a moderator, some people will get on your nerves. Some people actually go out of their way to get on your nerves. But sometimes you need to watch it when they get it on your nerves. You have the power to switch over to another panelist or just be diplomatic and just ignore them. But it's excusable because he's been doing it for a long time. And yesterday he just got you the wrong way and you had to put him in his place.
Alexander, I think it must have been a full moon yesterday because everybody was just... Celibis came on and it nearly turned into fisticuffs.
Yes, I noticed that too.
It was just everybody was fighting. It was just
I noticed that
been
too.
A full moon.
But in the final analysis, your show is so compelling. That's even at work in the morning. I'm doing my consultation. I have clients and patients right in front of me, and I'm watching you while I'm supposed to be working.
No, don't do that.
I mean, you're doing a fantastic job, and I'm so excited about this show you put up, and kudos to you and kudos to the team. So let me let you carry on, sir.
Thank you, Alexander. Always a delight. So that's Alexander Gomez, the chairman of the platform, as Ajan Lekoko has designated. So that was Alexander Gomez. So now let's go now into the fullness of it, and we kick it off with Moses. So Moses, are you ready to go? All right, Moses is not ready to go. Let's kick it off then with Baba Akure, who hopefully is ready to go. Emmanuel, can anybody hear me? Anybody that is ready to go, indicate. RB?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So we go with you, Emmanuel. So Emmanuel, let me take you into the fullness. Hold on. So Emmanuel, let me take you. Sorry, keep yourself muted, RB, because there's a lot of reverb from you. So let me unmute yourself, Emmanuel. My goodness, what's going on? All right. So are you ready, Emmanuel? Or?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, brilliant. So we go with you, Emmanuel, and we kick you off then with Joe Igbokwe, who asserts that Peter Obi is very much overrated. He cites instances, a lot of faux pas. You see, a politician that has been long enough in the game should never really play the righteous game, because a politician that has been more than 12 months in politics, he will have so many baggages, so many hidden pockets that people can easily unravel. So the piety that Peter Obi is using to champion his space, they're somewhat unraveling it now. So this Igbokwe now has gone as far back as 20, whatever. Where did they even go? Quite a few years ago now, an interview that Peter Obi granted to Arise TV, when he was criticizing Buhari that infrastructure. Let me actually give you the readout. It says, Igbokwe, a top campaigner for Bola Tinubu, presidential candidate of the ruling party APC, berated Obi for a past comment condemning President Mohamed Buhari's system of stimulating the economy via erecting and renovating critical infrastructures. You can't use infrastructure to drive economic growth, Obi said at the time during an interview on Arise TV. You invest in education and the SME sector instead to deal with poverty, he added. Making a flashback to that statement, Igbokwe reprimanded the former Anambra State governor, concluding that he's just a trader. Somebody who wants to be president of Nigeria is telling you that infrastructure does not drive the economy in the 21st century, and you are taking that person serious. Peter Obi is overrated in Nigeria. He's just a trader, he wrote on his Facebook page. So, I mean, just so there's several strands to that, but we kick it off first with the assertion that you should use education and investment in small, medium enterprises as a propelling a tool to stimulate an economy as opposed to building infrastructure. Do you agree with Peter Obi's argument and his philosophy?
Okay. Well, let's even start from here. In China, if you remember how China were able to grow their economy to this extent, China is they're just like the way Nigeria was doing Yahoo stuff back then, but late 1980s stuff like that. So they were hacking people's or stuff like that. So the government of the China were able to bring the citizens together and hence the SMEs, the small medium enterprises. But they first of all invested in education. Then the two are kind of work together before they started doing because these citizens were the one that will handle the infrastructures. So not that you will be you'll be getting stranger or foreigners to come and do your infrastructures. So you need to educate them before anything can come. So I kind of align with Obi by hammering on SMEs and education, because that is the paramount of any country development around the world. If there's no education, it's zero. Education is number one. So both in power sector, both in any sector you want to go into, medical line, or any sector, or ICT, or anywhere you want to go, education is top notch. So building road, well, is good. Building all this stuff, infrastructure they are talking about is good, but we need to prioritize what's the first thing you need to do first. Education is number one. Security is security, all this stuff, they are number, okay, security outside, but education is number one. Then him saying about SM is also very good, because if we're able to take
education is number one above infrastructure. Is that what you're saying?
Education is number one, yes.
Above infrastructure?
Yeah, education is number one for any country. Education is number one.
Right. You don't think infrastructure is what will drive education and everything? You don't think you need money first before all of which one would generate you money in the immediacy, not in the long term, in the immediacy? Which one generates you money?
So who is one to go and handle the infrastructure if there is no one to be educated?
That's not no. Of course, there are educated people. When I was there, never know.
No. That's what I said. Let's take it from scratch. Let's take it from scratch. As if there is no one here. There is no one educated in this country. The number one thing is
what do you mean? But there are educated people. So why are we saying they are not? There are educated people now. Nigerians are we have one of the best educated.
I know. One. I'm just saying, for instance, that's why I'm bringing education number one.
No, we're talking about Nigeria now. What's the most immediate need of Nigeria?
The immediate need of Nigeria, well, infrastructure is good, but I won't rank it as number one. Education is number one.
Really?
But let's not say
is it in education that we have the most deficiency in Nigeria?
Of course.
That's where we have the most deficiency.
I mean it's so dilapidated.
Can I come in?
Right.
Can I come in?
Yeah, but you can.
Okay. If you think about it, Emmanuel, I don't know if you know this, that Nigerians are, as a nation, is the highest black nation of the most educated people. And the same, just recently, Ekiti area, those places are in Nigeria, are actually one of the area that produces the highest level of professor. Okay, I'm talking about the Ondo, the Ekiti, all the areas, right? I mean, these people literally pride themselves of having a home with professors. So talking about education, we have to be very careful when we talk about education, because if you think about Nigeria in diaspora, Nigerians makes good income. I mean, I'm talking about six-figure, because most of us go further, we don't settle for maybe first degree. We go further, like master's degree. Even we have higher percentage more than the white folks in America. So I just want you to be a little bit careful when you just say education, because we have so much graduate in our country today, and when there is no infrastructure of what they're going to build on, that's just a certificate that has no use. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I understand.
My
brother,
my brother, do you know, hello, my brother, do you know 18 million of Nigerians are out of school now? Do you know that?
Where are you getting that from? Where are you getting your data from?
Yeah. Yes, it's everywhere. Go and check. 18 million of Nigerians are out of school.
No. What do you mean it's everywhere? Where are you getting the data from?
No,
that is the statistic.
Check it. It's everywhere. No, I'm not. I'm telling you the fact.
Okay, Mr. Moses, please excuse me. With the 18 million that is out of school, there is more than 18 million that's already graduated, that is yet to get a job. So please, can we be a little bit careful when we just put everything?
But RB, how would you even know what the data is? You don't sound especially Nigerian to me. You sound somewhat American, somewhat.
No, I'm Nigerian. I'm a Yoruba. I'm Nigerian.
Who don't do that with the Californian deals? Eh? We're not talking about California. We're talking about Kaduna.
So what I'm saying is that, well, the two work simultaneously. You can't jettison any of them. But education is also very good. You understand? Then this SMEs that he's also talking about, which is the small and medium enterprises. That is what actually helped China. That's what actually helped China.
No, that wasn't what helped China. China built big industries and they used near slave labor to propel. China, they have almost like a village in just one factory complex, almost covering like one building that would subsume like a whole village in Nigeria, which is just endless production at the most base of rates. So it's mass production that they use, not SME. You have Chinese products. Do you think it's SME that is sending all these things around the world?
No. 1 man, I'm saying that that was late. I'm talking about late 80s when China was into all this Yahoo stuff, when there was nothing going on there. So what they started with is SMEs, small and medium enterprises, before they started using.
You see, is all right. Come on, it's unsophisticated. These things. This is why Joe Igboukwe is just calling him just a trader. It's just unsophisticated stuff. Do you not find that unsophisticated? SME, that's like, Uchenna that goes to take Emeka from the village, apprenticeship. That's SME now.
No, not that apprentice SMEs we're talking about here.
No, we're talking about small medium enterprise. Yeah, that's Uchenna going to take Emeka from the village now.
The government will see to that. Yeah, of course. So
is that what it is? That is what he wants to use to
that's
grow
what
the economy.
He's going to do.
Yes. Uchenna is going to take Emeka from the village.
1 man, what are you saying?
Well, it's saying small, medium enterprises. That is the driver for growth. And small, medium enterprises in Nigeria, in our colloquial parlance, is Uchenna going to the village to go and take Emeka to come and sleep in his shop for 2 years, 3 years, whilst he learns a trade, and then he sets him up. That's small, medium enterprises in Nigeria, and that is Peter Obi's economic plan. Where's the inspiration in that? What does that even mean? That's why
1 man. 1 man, if you know economics very well, and if you know how economics, if you know how business drive economy, you understand that small enterprises is one of the major things that boosts economy in any country around the world.
Name one country that has happened.
I just told you one now, China.
No, that's not the case in China. I just told you now that it's big industries that drove China. And
your promise is coming
to the point that the Americans are even concerned. Everybody is in China producing. Is that SME? All the companies have left Europe and America to go and set up in the big industries.
I'm talking about when it started. When China GDP started growing. Before then,
no. Traditionally, China has always been an SME country. It was when it became a mass production country that is GDP propelled. Go and check the records now.
One man, that's not true. That's not true. It's when they started their SME, their economy started growing to this extent.
It's export that drives the Chinese economy. Export. Is it SMEs that are propelling export?
1 man, everything is together.
Look at this guy.
What are you saying?
I know, now I'm clear on what I'm saying, and I'm sure you are clear on what you're saying, but I think we're looking at it differently. But I don't think...
what I want to tell you, you cannot jettison infrastructure when it comes to any country or any development. The two have to work together.
That's the number one thing. That's the number one thing. Are you there?
You said that is the number one thing?
Yes. Roads, electricity, hospitals, institutions, those are the things that would drive the country, not SME.
So education zero?
No, not education zero. Come on now. Nobody said that. But we're not starting from a zero. Are we starting from a zero base?
Investments have to come together with this. Because Nigeria is suffering from dropped out school, especially a lot of students out of school. So I think education should come one and together with the infrastructure. So I don't know why he's saying that he's referring to him as a trader. Anyway, they always have something to say about him, against him, or stuff like that. So nobody should take him serious.
All right. But it's just the lack of inspiration of all of the things that he could have said. He's saying, apprentice or something. I can't pronounce that word. Is the solution.
Then why rating him? Why didn't you use his antecedent to rate him?
So sorry, Moses, if you're not speaking, then keep yourself muted because we're hearing feedback from you.
Me?
I mute you.
I don't think.
Yes, I mute you and you unmute yourself, and then we're hearing echoes back. But sorry, carry on, Emmanuel.
Yeah, woman, I'm asking you, the man, why didn't you use Obi antecedent to rate him? If he's saying that he's just a trader.
No, people
he was
have done
once
that.
A governor.
Yeah.
He was once a governor. He would have said that this is what he did in Anambra. That's why he cannot do this. Why just coming up to say rubbish?
All right.
So I think when you want to rank someone or bring somebody down, I think you should look back and see what that person have done, whether he has done it well, or he made a mistake, or he didn't do anything there. But here, the man, his goodwill speak for him, loud and clear. You can't just come online or social media and be saying what you don't know. Well, anyway, what I see is that they are frustrated. APC is frustrated anyway.
Do you think any comments critical of Peter Obi is an attempt to bring him down?
Of course, they have been doing that. Of course, it just to poison the mind of.
Sorry, maybe you didn't hear my question. Do you think any comments critical of Peter Obi is an attempt to bring him down?
Critical?
Yes. If people are criticizing of him, do you think they are trying to bring him down?
Okay, critics. Okay, criticizing him.
Yeah.
Well, like when he traveled to Egypt, they criticized him, and we saw some positive aspect of it, and also the negative aspect of it. You understand? But when you do constructive criticism, I think that is nice. Not when you don't have anything to say, you just come and be saying rubbish.
All right.
At least if you come and say, oh, you would have been here while you're here, fine, you have your reason why you're saying that. But you cannot just come and say that a trader is coming to be a president. What is he going to offer you? Whereas his antecedent is lying there for you to go and check what he has done as a governor.
You know, a lot of people are not overly impressed by this Peter Obi antecedents that you are vaunting. You know, I'm going to do a session on that one of these days, and we'll bore into his records as the Anambra governor, because you'll be surprised that it's not at all anything to write home about.
Why did you say so? Why are you just 100% saying that it's nothing to write home about?
Because there's a report that somebody sent to me yesterday, which I've not had.
You mentioned that report yesterday, and I was telling you that who wrote the report.
All right. As we're talking, I'll dig into my email because he sent it into my email, and if I see it, then we'll read it together. But no, not a lot of people rate him as highly.
One man. Let's leave this whole report and every report. We are telling you that this is what, if we didn't benefit from. Wait, one man. I'm from Ebonyi State. From Ebonyi State. You understand? And I saw what Omai did in Ebonyi State. But what Omai did in Ebonyi State is mainly on infrastructure, building roads and bridges.
Sorry, hold on. Moses, why do you keep on muting yourself when I mute you? Because we're hearing ourselves back from you. Please don't do that unless you want to speak. Just keep muted. Sorry, carry on, Emmanuel.
So now coming to infrastructure, Umar did excellently well, but when it comes to human human capital on just human resources and everything, Umar is zero. So what I'm trying to say is that in Anambra, which I have an in-law there, and I've been going there once in a while and seen all the things, even when the man was a governor and all that. So I saw a lot of things that happened there, and nobody will come and say that the man did not do anything. To me, Obi is #1 governor in Nigeria that I don't know, they say we overrated him and all that, but that is a big lie. We are saying, I'm saying what I saw, and I'm saying what people have benefited from that government, not directly, but within, because of what he did. So you're not just going to tell me that because he's a trader, he cannot rule Nigeria. You are trying to demarcate him, and that is not fair. Because you know what he did. You're not using what he did. You just want to, rubbish his name and demarcate him. And you're telling me that that I should take it. That is not fair. That young man has done a great work. So we should give him that credit. Not to come and be demarcating him and bringing him down or talk all sorts of stuff against him.
All right. Thank you. Let me take you from the Peter Obi space. We'll probably still go back to Peter Obi because we're never.
Hello.
Yeah, carry on.
One man. Can I ask Emmanuel a question? Emmanuel, please. Do you know there's a difference between feelings and real numbers? Like, numbers don't lie. Where I work, when we do things like improvement projects, we can go to our leaders and say we've done a good job if we don't have a before and after number to back the project, the end result. Am I making sense? So whatever you feel about Peter Obi, a numerical number should be able to tell you better, especially when you line it up with maybe Tunumbu or other people during his own period. That should give you a better, like something you can hold on. You see, feelings and emotions, they are very, very blurry. They are not clear enough because you can't quantify them. So please, when somebody tries to criticize in terms of his record, maybe one day I will be so glad for one man to bring that, what's it called? The report. He said someone emailed him out, so we can actually analyze it and look at it numerically. So we don't have to have that personal feeling towards, I like somebody. I like him doesn't matter. It should all be about the number. What did he do with the money he got during the period? Thank you.
I think that was something that is actually circulating what Obi has done. I don't know whether any of you have come across it, like a PDF file.
Not
I have
yet.
it.
Not me.
Yeah, maybe that day I'll dig it up. I have it.
All right. Thank you. So let me move you on from that space and let me take you to the space of the goings on. The goings on in Yobe State, where Machina seems to have recovered his mandate from what's it called, Ahmad Lawan. So I'm sure you recall that when they were uploading the names of candidates on the Inec portal, the APC chairman Abdullahi Adamu, he substituted the name of Bashir Machina, who won the APC primaries in Yobe North, Fair and Square. He substituted it with Ahmad Lawan, who did not even participate in that primary. The whole of the nation was in uproar, but it looks as though now when verification came, INEC verified the original winner, which was in a primary that they superintended, and they jettisoned what is called Ahmad Lawan. So what are you then making then of the end, essentially, of the career of the rubber stamp Senate president?
Okay, one man. Well, kudos to Michigan. Honestly, I'm happy for him because he said he will go to court, and thank God Inec have played that game well now, not the one that he will be they'll be forced to do otherwise. I'm so happy about what is happening. Come to think of it, Ahmed Lawan, if at all that ticket was given to him at the end of the election, they won't give him that position because it's against the law, the new electoral law that was just published. Because he has contested in one election and failed, and going back to another, and the same thing is going to imply in all this, like oh my, and score all of them. They will not get to that seat because INEC said when you contested and failed, you are not eligible to go to any position. So because Lawan has been in that position since 1999, so I don't know what is it his birthright? So he should just retire. Let me just use that word. He should retire. He should go to his.
I will lost you. Yeah, go on.
So I'm sure he has farm somewhere. Go and do something else. If you allow those other people to come, and okay, come to take of it, he's a lawmaker, and a lawmaker breaking a law. How does this sound? You didn't contest to any election. You didn't contest to that position, and you want to claim somebody's mandate. You willingly.
Do you think that's sufficient enough reason for them to step down the Senate, the party chairman?
And what is actually happening, because a friend of mine told me that they know him, that is how he is, even before he became a party chairman. That's the kind of game he plays. And if you remember, during the time of primary election, he tried to impose the same law to these people. So he has been like that. So I don't know, but APC needs to put their ass together. They need to put their ass together. And some of those old folks should go and retire and rest.
You know, a lot of these people, they don't know any life other than this life. Imagine somebody that's been in the Senate since 1999. Well, that's how many,
exactly.
20 what years ago. So he doesn't know any other life outside of that life. So for the first time in his life, in his adult life, come March 2023, he will have to go to the market with his wife like the rest of us and carry baskets behind her. Yeah.
Of course, he should go and do that, or go somewhere else, go and farm, go and do all that, something else. Because that man has no shame. And he's the president of the Senate. So why is he behaving as if he doesn't know what he's doing, or he's under duress, or maybe under spell? What is wrong with him? He should go and rest. And that should serve as a deterrent to some of these politicians like Omar, that think that after jumping from one place to other, that he will get whatever he wants. And that's what these people are trying to do. You must get it. Come rain, come shine, must get it.
All right. Thank you, Emmanuel. Emmanuel, stay with us. And I'm going to go to Joel. I know he just came in lately, but I'm going to him only for the reasons that he stayed with us all the way through the earlier session. And just when we were about to get to him, his system dropped or something, and we couldn't quite get to him. So I've been feeling somewhat he's been waiting since all day. So let's go to Joel straight away with your permission, gentlemen. So Joel, are you ready? Oh, and there is. Oh, I thought you dropped again.
Go to the next person. Go to the next person, please. I'm
all right.
I'm going to get my son from the daycare. Then I will join in.
All right, brilliant. All right, all right.
I'll be listening.
All right, brilliant. So let me go from. I was going to go to Abi then, but let me come to you, Moses. So Moses, are you there? Okay, we don't. It's going well today, isn't it? Tinubu for president. Are you there?
I'm here.
All right. Is that you, Ego?
Ego here.
Look at that, Ego. You again, eh? What happened to you? You disappeared since your boy got a beating. Since your boy got a beating at the.
I've never disappeared.
Look at you. I had many thoughts about you, Ego, but I didn't have the thought that you had the thought to run. You ran away.
No, I never ran. You know, each time I came, I always come late, and the studio is full. So
all right, brilliant.
So
good to have you today. So I hope you'll be listening to my conversation with Emmanuel, because Joe Igwekwe now, because this Peter Obi narrative now, they've pushed it so much that they've forced everybody's attention now, and people are starting to unpick who this guy actually is. The latest person to have a nibble, to have a bite at Peter Obi, Joe Igwekwe, of course, and Igbo saboteur, they will tell you, people from those quarters. So he's going back through the records, an interview that Peter Obi granted at Rice TV some time ago, when he was querying that Buhari was investing a lot in infrastructure, and he was saying that instead of, he was critical of that, insisting that instead Buhari should have been investing in small to medium enterprises. So what are you making of that? So what is Joe Igwekwe, by the way, is accusing him of, is being bereft of ideas, that he doesn't have any big plans beyond somewhat apprentice sort of thing. I'm going to have to find how to pronounce that word. So other than just a bend down boutique sort of thing. So what are you making of that back and forth between Joe Igwekwe and Peter Obi?
You know the man Joe Igwekwe is not someone people normally listen to. So his word doesn't really hold any water. He's just someone who just come to the public space and just talk to one direction. That guy has no direction. I don't normally listen to Joe Igwekwe. But whatever he's saying is all ploy to bring this guy down. It's politics, The politics here. So everybody, when you come to say you are sent, people will go and dig out your skeleton from anywhere. So it happens.
Okay, but you are in Lagos at the moment. What is the tempo of Lagos regarding this Peter Obi narrative? Is it something that is sweeping like wildfire, like we're being assured that it is?
Even Obi himself saying it's not sent. So they went.
No, hold on. Let it go. Sorry, in Lagos, yeah, you go.
That kind of, all those things are really story, not really like that in Lagos. Maybe Lagos is also very big, but not just like that. Although the guy is trending, but not maybe. Is
it trending in your circles? Are you and your friends and the people you associate with, are you all in the determination that Peter Obi must be president?
No, there are lots of people that in such determination. For me, I just believe that the best should win. There are lots of anybody I talk to they say it's Peter Obi, but I don't really know how the possibilities for that guy. Sometimes all this social media kind of, but there are lots of people that are really talking about the guy. Lots of people. The last 2 days I spoke with, even as I'm with you now, I'm on phone. The guy that is chatting with me created a shot on Peter Obi. So the story is really on, but who knows what will go on or what will happen.
What is the demography?
For Joe Igwekwe, Joe is not really anyone that is not somebody that people really listen to. They just felt he's just talking as a result of food that he wants to eat, and that's why he's talking. So nobody really listens to Joe.
Just going back to the tempo of Lagos, what is the demography of the people talking about Peter Obi? What age bracket? What region of the country? What gender? So let's start with the age bracket. What is the age bracket of the people that No, I'm sure it cuts across, but majorly, what is the age bracket?
There are a whole lot. It really cut across. The lady I spoke to the other time, I think that lady is about in between late 20s. And the other guys that were talking to me the other time, they are in their 40s also. And they're also, come on, it cut across. It cut across. Everybody's.
What region of the country are they from? Largely, not I know all of them, but not all of them, but largely, what region of the country?
Largely is from the southeast and south.
Do you want to give a percentage to that in percentage terms, just roughly? Nobody's going to hold you to it, but Moses, don't make me remove you now.
One man, are you surprised or what? One man, are you surprised or what?
No, we want to establish facts now.
You might be
the way you are asking this kind of question.
You might be having up to 70% of this kind of this thing.
So a good 70% of them are from the southeast. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, I think even Abuja here is 70. It should be more than 70.
Southeast, south.
Okay.
No, I mean Abuja here. They're up to 70%. Like if I'm rating it.
No, what Igbo is saying is that a good 70% of the people in that space are from the southeast, south.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying from Abuja to Emmanuel?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right, so it's an Igbo narrative, which is exactly what people have always said. So that's our foot.
It's south Igbo.
Well, they are sort of Igbo-ish.
No.
Well, they are not Yoruba.
It's not an Igbo narrative. One man.
It's not an Igbo narrative, one man. Because even Middle Belt,
it's not really an Igbo narrative.
Middle Belt now is up to 60%.
Hold on,
I have seen a lot of Southwest men and women who completely reject even my own candidate that believe in Peter Obi. A lot of Yorubas and wherever in this Lagos also. Okay, so right here in Lagos, to an extent, people they try to control their language when it comes to this policy of Lagos, because there are a lot of hoodlums in this Lagos. So if you go make some kind of argument where you are not supposed, you might just be embarrassed because of some lack of education from these Lagos touts that are really a supporter of one of the candidates. It do happen, but people are still saying their mind. People are still focusing on who they will focus on. Obi is really trending on ground, not only on internet or on social media.
Okay, and what are they looking to get from him? What are they saying in terms of why they are supporting him?
They are looking to swing the vote to Obi in this country, but how is that possible? We don't know.
So they are looking. Are you suggesting just to break away from the old guard? So is really just a breakaway. Is it just a breakaway?
That is what Nigerians are clamoring for. They are tired of PDP and APC. Everybody is tired of PDP and APC. So alternative, if there should be a really strong force, I think that you see all those other parties like the Showore, the MPP, the AD, they should all line up to Labour Party and form a better coalition. Not 25 parties that will go nowhere. Some of these guys that are really in some of these smaller parties, I was expecting them to look at the way this guy is trending and then try to, at least begin to mesh with him, to expound the demography of the guy, whatever, so that he can, have more space over there. But those smaller parties, they are not doing anything. They are just standing on their own, and none of these people can win anywhere in this country.
Igor, the surge in voter registration, because there's a real surge in voter registration in Lagos. What are you attributing that to? Is that part of the Obi narrative, which a lot of people feel it is?
We don't think so. It's not part of the Obi narrative. But you can also you can give it 50-50. See, Nigerians today, they are so tired to the extent they are even confused. They are confused in the sense that they don't really want the PDP and the APC. That one is for real. It's in everyone's blood in the country, not by virtue of whatever Southerner or Southeast or wherever. No, including Southwesterners. You understand? They are complete. Everybody is tired of these two parties. Everybody wants an alternative. But how can this happen? Is what we don't know. And how can we have the force and the gigantic crowd to defeat these two giants? Is what we don't know. But that being said, I think we are going to see what happens as times pushes. Yeah.
How come you are not part of the Obi movement, Ego? I mean, are you not desirous of change?
The Obi movement, not that I am not part of it. The movement has just started. Part of what? The election has not started. Man need to feed his family and do other things. What is my business to be for now? It's when the thing gets set. What we are doing now, people are just picking up their PVCs and trying to be, Everybody is still focused on what.
But your name is Tinubu for president. You're supporting Tinubu now.
When this write-up came up, I don't think that guy has gotten a presidential this thing or Obi. I don't think they are giving him the label or whatever. And I said I will be supporting only a candidate from the South, because this power shift to the South, these governors cannot just forward and tell us that they want power to the South and come and present a northern candidate for us. If they do that, we are going to disgrace them. This is my position. And the whole of the Southerners believe that power must come to the South. They are not looking for. Atiku is going to fail in this election. Forget all those things they are doing in this country. Because no Southerner in this country today. No Southerner in this country today is ready to give that power back to North. No Southerner. They are ready to vote. Even if it is the worst man they brought from the South, the Southerners will support him.
What chances are you giving to Peter Obi in the 2023 elections, Ego?
I cannot predict Peter Obi's chances, because this politics of a thing. Sometimes the dynamics change, so I cannot really predict. I not give chances to Peter Obi, but for now, he's on board. He's trending. His issue is everywhere. Also, the way they mention him, they don't really mention the other candidates' names like that.
It's almost like a messiah figure, isn't it? The way they are talking about him.
They don't normally mention other candidates' names like that. The way they mention this guy name, everywhere you must. Before you talk to 5 people, 4 people will tell you of Obi. Before you talk to 3 people, 2 will tell you of Obi. So it's just there.
All right, we'll see how that develops. We'll continue to monitor the space. But
we are monitoring.
Yes, Igor, let me take you to another conversational space. It's just all this background noise. So Igor, let me take you to another conversational space. The INEC have now released the list of people registered for elections in 2023, and the attempt to substitute Bashir Machina's name for Ahmad Lawan, who did not participate in the primaries in Yobe North. That attempt has failed. So it looks as though now we're seeing the end of Ahmad Lawan's political career at the Senate. Is this making news in Nigeria, and what are you making of it, Ego?
It is making news in Nigeria, and I believe that what happened to Lawan should not. It was a rubber stamp now during his reign in the Senate, in the 19th or whatever. So that guy, he should just go and sit somewhere and let that machine take lead the Senate. He has lost. How can he be running for president after failing? You want to come and be Senate president? Well, where is it done? Nigeria is the only place where anything happens. But for me, that guy will never be Senate president again. That Lawa. He can go and have any seat in the Senate, maybe minority, weak majority, wherever. But for that position, he's just a robot. He was just there signing anything Buhari asked him to sign. Hey, you go and sign this, okay. Go on, okay. So forget about Lawa. Lawa is not Lawa issue is over. Nobody is supporting Lawa to come back to that seat in this country. Nigerians are wise now. Everybody is following up the policy, the politics. So when you do anyhow here, you they see anyhow too directly.
All right.
So what happened to Lawa is that he misfire and is getting it the way he places it, right? So that's Lawa position. Nobody thinks they are giving in it. And that guy called Machina is ready to die. Anywhere, ready to go to moon for that senator ticket or whatever, that position.
Is there any sympathy in Nigeria for Lawan? Is anybody sort of on his side?
Simple what? What has he done for Nigeria to sympathize with her? Maybe APC or this normal politician, not any common Nigeria. No Nigeria wants him there. Who will sympathize with him? Is anyone sympathizing with any of these politicians of APC and PDP in this country? No, you don't know what's wrong with this Nigerian people. People are hungry in this country. You are telling them to sympathize with who? With Lawa, that gave a woman 100 million for just a married.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
What are we talking about? Forget about Lawa. Nobody thinks of Lawa in this country. Nobody remember Lawa. Malawa regime has passed. It's mentioned now. We are waiting for now.
All right. Let me take you to the space of Yemson Wike. So, I mean, what is the narrative for Wike as far as you are concerned? So he attempted at the presidential ticket, which he failed. And you, of course, rightly said that all the governors agreed that power should transit to the south. But at the moment of decision, they abandoned that and they gave it to the north. So he failed in that attempt. And he equally failed in the attempt to secure the vice presidential ticket. And now, a lot of people quoting him. So he was in meetings with Peter Obi not that long ago. And the latest now person to go and court him is Kwakwanso. So do you think Wike is likely to jump ship from the PDP? And would you even recommend that he does jump ship from the PDP, having been stabbed in the back so often? Ego.
For me, I would suggest that Wike should jump to Labour Party or go to his APC. For me, though APC and PDP, they are the same people. If I'm Wike, I would just stick with Peter Obi the way he's trending. I will just try to come on. We need a third force. All these men that are challenging this government, that are speaking truth to power in this country, they should all line up behind Peter Obi and let us have a third force. You know the reason I don't believe most of these people. They are telling us, okay, look at Showore, for example. He's telling us that he wants this country to be good. He's fighting, he's doing this. He knows that he's not going to win even his state. Why don't he mobilize his small chunk of this thing that he has and give it to one person and follow that person up? Let us use his trust and that person trust, let them begin to mesh like that. Than him telling us that he wants to come and be president, Obi want to be president. How many presidents do we want to have in this country at the same time? So you will see that these people, none of them have our interest at that, even the Showore himself. Because Showore cannot be telling us that he wants to be the head at all time when he seems that the space now is not giving him the chance. Why don't he support or make someone so that we know that he loves Nigeria as he's professing day by day, every day in this country? So
what are people making of the way that Showore has been attacking Peter Obi?
Showore, for attacking Peter Obi, they used to slam him. That's what I have seen. They slam him on several occasions.
All right. So sorry, Ego, before I go on to the next contributor, there was a story we did in the earlier session about 1.85 billion naira in cash that was seized from the ex-chief of army staff. Is that making the news, and how is that being digested in Nigeria?
It's making the news. We are still following it up. People are still thinking maybe it's just a story or a fake news, but we are still following it up. It's making the news in this country. You know that guy Buratai is one of the biggest thieves among all army generals they've ever had in this country. That's the man who collected the money that this guy was asking. That man said they should go and ask them. The one that died of plane crash. What was his name? The general who came out.
Yahaya. Is it Yahaya?
No, not Yahaya. Yahaya is the sitting one. The Yahaya is the one in power now. The one that died
the one that they killed with the aeroplane. Yeah.
Yes, that was the guy. They were asking him concerning these billions that they are discovering from this man's house now. Now, where is the money that they place for procurement of arms or whatever? And then the guy was telling them they should go and ask those that were giving the money that there are people that was the answer he gave to those committees that was trying to ask them that. Is it not part of the money they are recovering from the Buratai's house now? Money for weapons. So this is what we get in Nigeria here, and you say we should keep supporting these people. How? Nigerians are not ready to support anybody in this country, in that APC and PDP. In their real mind, no Nigerians are ready to support them. But what to do is their problem. So if there is any third force, like the way this guy is trending, if like 2, 3, 4 other serious parties mention, it will be a big problem for this PDP and APC. Believe me, if any of these 3 parties like this, them Showore parties, the ADP or the SD, whatever, this Kwakwazo party, maybe like 3 to 4 parties alongside go to merge with Peter Obi and put him in the head. There will be the APC and PDP will win in this country, believe me. Because it's a serious matter. The citizens are tired of these same old recycled leaders that, according to Peter Obi, that they are all
do you think the old guard, the old tired politicians, as you describe them, do you think they will gang up against the Peter Obi narrative? Because as much as they are fighting each other, they don't really want somebody like Peter Obi in Aso Rock.
How do you know? Aso Rock is not for anybody. Aso Rock is for every citizen of this country. So nobody will come and tell us that I don't want a particular person in Aso Rock. They can be saying it to themselves within the politician, but the PVC is going to justify whatever these people are doing. Because you cannot be telling us you don't want Peter Obi. Who do you want in Aso Rock if you don't want Peter Obi in Aso Rock? Everybody,
of course, they're angry because he's coming there to cut down everything they are receiving. That's why they don't want him.
Everybody is a citizen of this country, so everybody has the right to vie for any office. Nobody should come and tell one person that you don't have right to come here or come there. This is what we don't want in this country. These are the things that have divided us and has plunged this country to the highest level of poverty that we are facing till date. We must begin to change the way we think of these tribal sentiments and whatever, and begin to look forward to a nation building where people can come together and speak the language of Nigeria, not the language of Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, or whatever. A country where we understand that when you commit a crime, you go for it. Not because you be this man or you be this town man, then you'll be out of or vindicated. No, we need a different country this time around. And the youth are pushing for it seriously in Nigeria. They are not sleeping. They are fighting for their PVC. And let's see what happens after they might have, succeed in defeating those who call themselves Inec that are even still taking bribes for them to release PVC to people. They are even giving conditions. They don't have machine. They are telling you to come and register. Maybe you come and get the PVC in 9 months' time. So all these kind of things must stop in this country. They must stop. Nigerians are really tired. Listen, the 3rd generation has made Nigeria now be the 4th. That's why we have almost 200 million Nigerians today. It is not the 60 million Nigerians of the 1960s or 70s, or the 90 million Nigerians of the 80s or 90s. We are talking about 200 million people today. Things have changed. Things are evolving. So the youth in this country right now, they are all come on. They are seeing what is going on now. You think you can just see, Nigeria is no way you can just tell one person to go and vote for this person again. Everybody's feeling the pinch in his house.
But what about what we saw what about what we saw in Ekiti State, Ego?
What do we see in Ekiti State? The vote buying and the rigging.
All the people selling their votes, yes.
Yeah, the vote buying and the rigging. See, these people are with come. One man, do you know that this country, poverty is so worse than come? Let me tell you, this is a country today where people still go to the market and buy shirts for less than 50 cents. Should I say $1? For less than 50 cents in this country, and millions of people are buying it. Come where you are today, you hardly find shirt of $1 or $5 or 1 cent, £1 or this.
No, Nigeria is a third world country. What are you talking about? It's a third world country.
Even really, third world country that is richer than the UK.
Who told you that? Where are you getting that from? They borrow money from the UK.
Third world country. How do you mean? How is it not richer than UK? Can you compare the resources that we have in this country to any part of the world? So what are we talking about? Is it because we have criminals who embezzle these things and go and store them where you are to build that place for you to go and enjoy and be in the social media place and telling them that they are third world countries? Or you think you are in first world? And you think you're in first world country? See, this third world country must be built out of third world country to a first world country. The level of stealing in this country and the lunatic kind of leadership we've gotten in this country all this year, we must fight against it. Not only those that are here, but those of you also that are in the diaspora must try to sensitize people. Let them understand the reason that this vote that they are selling is their future. You should try to join the support and put the right thing to the people. Not when they tell you that they are building construction here for 10 million and in another country is 2 million, you will begin to give what kind of speak some certain kind of English that is business, that they verify, blah, blah, blah. So we don't need all those things now. We need things to be well done in this country. People are hungry. People are hungry in Nigeria. The poverty is so weaponized to the extent that, let me tell you, when a man did not see food to eat today, tomorrow, next tomorrow, to kill person will not be his problem. The insecurity you are finding across this country today is caused by hunger, nothing more. There is no way you can fight insecurity when poverty continue, when people continue to live in abject poverty, when millions are plunging into poverty daily, and you are telling me that you fight insecurity. You are just wasting your time. You start fighting insecurity by building factories across this country where people go to job, by empowering people across the country where they have something to do. Outside this, they're sending children that are out of schools to schools. Outside of this, there is no way you can fight insecurity in this country. 200 million exclusive. Let me tell you, there is housing deficit. People sleep in the street, in the bridge for years in this country. This will not continue. Some things must have to change. If these things do not change, there's going to be an explosion. Look at population. Look at population. People don't have where to stay in this country again, not to talk of food to eat. So, what do you expect? You want to fight crime to come to an end? You can't. Because the hungry man is an angry man. You cannot tell a man that has not eaten from morning till night that he should not go there and do whatever he will do to make him survive. So these are the things.
What you are describing is why Tinubu Atiku will win now, because you are describing a scenario that sells votes. Ego. You see? Have you lost your ego?
Hello?
Yeah. Did you hear me, Ego?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. Okay. So back to then. So what I was saying to you was that what you were describing is it's a scenario that puts Tinubu or Atiku in government, because you are saying people are so desperate, and that desperation lends to more like the Tinubu Atiku sort of politics than Peter Obi politics. Because Peter Obi is asking people to act on conscience, but Tinubu Atiku, they are saying, I will give you money for your vote. So if people are as desperate as you described, then obviously then by the extension, they will just take the money. Ego. All right, we seem to have lost Ego. So let's go on from Ego. Let me acknowledge Sonny Uta super chat. It says, glory to God for Buhari, break it up. So break it up is just the only language that he speaks to us. But thank you for that, or Sonny Utar. Let me go from Igor then. Hopefully Igor rejoins us. I think it may well be a connection problem. So hopefully Igor rejoins us. But let's go to Chris George, who joins us for the first time. Let's hear what his politics is. Chris, are you there? Chris, if you're there, unmute yourself. Chris George.
Good evening.
Good to have you, Chris. So good to have you, Chris. You've been listening to the conversation, Chris, and we started it off with the space of Joe Igbokwe, who said that Peter Obi, he dismisses him derisively. Oh, sorry. What's that? There's a lot of woofing noise. Is there? What's on the system? Yeah.
Okay, can I proceed?
No, there's a okay. Carry on, but there's a humming noise in your system.
Well, maybe it's connection problem, but I believe there's
all right, okay. I was going to take you to the Joe Igbokwe space, who derisively dismisses Peter Obi as just a trader who doesn't know anything. But just briefly on that, because your system there's just the background noise is too heavy. But let's hear from you.
Okay. Let me go straight. Let us forget about Joe Igbokwe, just making noise, just a noise maker. Who cares whether Joe Igbokwe is staying or not? Well, Joe Igbokwe is just a noise maker. And let me go straight forward to Peter Obi and Atiku and government for my own contribution.
Go on.
Well, what I have to say on this issue between Peter Obi and Atiku, I want to ask Nigerian youth question. Because I keep asking this question in every platform. Nigerian youth, are they ready for change? If the answer is yes, what happened in Ekiti? Is the type of change Nigerian youth are ready for? So that's my question. Is the type of change Nigerian youth are ready for? So I can tell you something.
From what you are reading, from what happened in Ekiti, would you say Nigerian youths are ready for change?
I believe 100% that Nigerian youths are not ready for change. They're just making noise. Well, but their current movements, commending them.
Do you think they will sell their votes come 2023? Do you think they'll sell their votes?
Many will sell their votes, while others will not. That's what I might observe. But what I can tell you that in Nigeria, from age of 40 to 18 years, the 70% of Nigerian youth are stomach infrastructural workforce. While 30% are ready for the revolution. So that's what I can say in Nigerian youth. But I want to tell Nigerian youth something, because I have said this thing in many platforms. The money politicians are cheering is public money. It's your money, it's my money, it's everyone's money. If they give you money, collect their money and vote candidate of your choice. So that's why I would tell Nigerian youth at this point, because when you observe Nigeria, there's high rate of hunger in Nigeria, poverty, high rate of hunger, homeless people. So can someone tell me that if someone sees that opportunity and he votes 7, someone is giving you 20,000, 10,000 to cast votes, they will just forget the money because there's a lot of hunger. But what I would advise Nigerian youth to do is that if the politician give them the money, let them collect the money and vote candidate of their choice.
Point of correction. Point of correction. Who will give you 20,000 to vote for general election?
Because if the 10,000
who will give you 20,000 to vote for general election? Give all.
If 10,000 are given in Ekiti, so I can give 20,000 for them to get more votes.
that is governorship election. You can't compare governorship election with a general election. It's a big election. But how many people are going to give 10,000?
It's very possible. Don't see the way dollar is going down.
It's not possible. It's not possible for general election.
Possible.
That is what 1,000 they are sharing. No, the general
These
election
people, they don't
share
count their money in naira. It's in dollar. They count their money. So
do you know
possible.
what do you mean by general election? You give everybody 10,000. How do people get that kind of money?
You think it doesn't?
Okay. Mr. Man, wait. Okay, can I tell something? Nigerian population is how many? 200 million people, right? So if one wait, allow me to draw. Nigerian population is 200 million people. Okay, so if Ahmed Boratini bring out 1 billion naira, can you know how much you can pay the youth? So, what am I asking Nigerian youth? If anyone politician give you money, collect the money and vote candidate of your choice. You see, I observe P2B movement as a revolution movement. So, 2, I encourage the youth to vote candidates with competent and credible idea can transform Nigeria, because APC and PDP are brothers and sisters, husband and wife. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Just on that space of can they bribe every voters? So at the moment there are approximately 84 million voters in Nigeria. 84 million. So that's roughly the figure. So let's make that let's make that 94 million just to add on the new entrants. Let's make that even 95 million. Are you saying that somebody like Tinubu or Atiku does not, that's if he puts $1 billion down, that bribes everybody 10,000 naira?
You know that the politician has more than that, because when you check the net worth of Ahmed Tinubu, Atiku, it's more than that.
Of course. So don't worry, and they don't have to bribe everybody. They just have to bribe strategically. So don't worry. I don't think anyway, we'll see how it plays out. But George, for reasons that your system is just, there's a heavy woofing sound. Let me go from you to Joel of Nashville, because that woofing sound is just so heavy. So let me go to Joel. Oh, that's better. You could hear the woofing sound, couldn't you, Joel? Yeah, it was just awful. So let's go to Joel then, who we have been trying to reach all day. So now, Joel, we have you, and let's take you first. We are not using you as a Peter Obi correspondent, so don't think that we always throw Peter Obi at you. But there's nothing else to talk about. It's only Peter. Anytime I'm scanning the headlines trying to avoid this guy, you can't escape him. So no, you cannot. It says why Peter Obi is overrated. Joe Igbokwe speaking, and he goes through the archives to go through the records of commentaries made by Peter Obi once upon a time on Arise TV, lambasting Buhari for investing in infrastructure, insisting instead that Buhari should have, to propel the economy, it needs to point the money more in the direction of small, medium enterprises and education. So that opens up the conversational space that what is the best spend to propel an economy? A lot of people feel that infrastructural spend is the fastest track, but Obi has a contrary view. Do you share thoughts with Peter Obi, Joel?
I think in by the way, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I think the issue here about Obi, I told you 2 weeks ago. I told you, one man, that the rave of the moment is Obi, and the people are not following Obi just because, you know, they just like his face or the way he talks. They are following him because they have seen he has been consistent with his message on Nigeria. Now, Obi never said that, you know, that people that the Buhari administration should not invest in infrastructure. That wasn't what they, sometimes when they ask you a question, depends on context, So in that context, I think I listened to the interview. He wasn't saying that Buhari should not invest in infrastructure, but it should be critical infrastructure. Like if you're going to say you're investing in power, then if you borrow to invest in power, then you see the productivity. Do you understand? But we found out that during during the Buhari time, what we are experiencing is that infrastructure. We're also talking about. Also talking about stomach infrastructure, where Osibanjo became the sharer in general. Goes to school, he gives them 2,000, 3,000. To what extent? Go to the market, give them 10,000, and you say you are putting people out of poverty. The insult on Nigerians from these politicians is it's unbelievable. You are pulling people out of poverty for giving them less than how much? Less than $2. Less than $2. You say you're pulling people out of poverty. So we created this circle of dependence. So whoever you gave 10,000 will be expecting you to give him 10,000 the next month, right? So we were borrowing to maintain that kind of stomach infrastructure. Now, so what Peter Obi said, everybody knows Peter Obi stands on what he wants to do. Critical area. He has told you about power. He has told you about education. He has told you about agriculture, including security. Because for him to fight security, it has to be two ways. And I agree with him. If we have over 100 million people not knowing where the next meal will come from, picking his line, that's insecurity in his own. I was telling people in America, can you imagine 100 people not having money with all these guns around? It would have been like if you're going on the road, somebody would just stop you and say, "Hey, give me that cash." They are doing it now, talk less of if they had no support system. So that is the thing with Obi. Obi is clear on what he wants to do. I do know, with the Peter Obi network, we don't want to join issues. Joe Ibekwe is a drainage cleaner in Lagos. Do you understand me? He really knows nothing about being in power. So I wouldn't want to, if Peter Obi responds to him, I think he's doing him a big favor. I would just say to him, keep doing what you're doing, support your Tinubu. He has been giving you food and you've been eating. We like it. Enjoy yourself. We wish you well. The thing there is that we are saying as youth of Nigeria, we cannot continue this way. I was listening to Ego talking the other time, and he was talking about the Nigeria we want to see. I want to go home. I want to go home. America, yeah, I have seen it. What else? These days, I go to New York. I see New York. I look New York. I go to Florida. What a game! What a game! I've seen at least a bit of it. I want to see Nigeria grow. Out of all this, no place like home. So that is why people like us, some people will be like, "Oh, you're in abroad, and the exchange rate is good. Why don't you just enjoy and ride it out?" I say, I am not riding anything out. It's not about me. When I came to United States, the dollar was still less than 100. I survived. I had people. There was less people dependent on me. So at least if you're going to help, you're helping few people. These days, it's like everybody. Any person you touch is even the ones that have money, that you think that they have money. You see them driving. If you ask them, they say, "Oh, no, if you want to use it, no, please just give me the 50,000, give me the 100,000." Why? Our citizens have no business living that way. It has to change. And that is why we are talking about Peter Obi, and people are like, with the key name, because it is not about where you come from now. Nigeria have tried, I told you, Nigeria have tried everywhere. We have tried Southwest, we have tried the North, we have tried all these people. So it's not a question of tribe. We have exhausted the total tribe. That of religion, we have exhausted. We have tried Muslim, Christian. They still come in and do the same.
You of course, you are invested quite very much in Peter Obi. Do you want to? And you are not alone, by the way, Joel. I think you're probably. Some people will argue that you are somewhat with the majority. So, do you want to just share? Up to you. But do you want to share just how you are backing up your belief in Peter Obi in terms of the network that you run? And if people want to be part of that, what you do. So you were talking the last time, or I think the time before, that you have an organization, Peter Obi. Tell us about that, Joel.
Actually, I did not say it's my organization. I said I belong to this organization, the Peter Obi Support Network, and the website is posn.ng. When you go in there, you see everything that we are doing. We see what the plan is. We are only waiting now for Peter B to announce his VP candidate, so that we can start printing our banners, stickers, T-shirt, and start going with the message. So we are going to go into all these areas that you think in the north. That is why I said it is better for Kwankwaso to join the movement. Peter Obi cannot go and be Kwankwaso's BP. In terms of equity and justice, it is not right. In terms of popularity, it is not also right. In terms of numbers, it is not also right. Peter Obi is more popular than Kwankwaso. Peter Obi cut across several regions, several states, several religion, several age grade. But in these cases, especially the youths, you see, we tend to forget what brought Obama and Trump into power. It was the youth. It was those voters, those first-time voters, those people that were so used to voter apathy. Those people that were like, you know what, I wouldn't want to vote because what's going to steal them. But they saw something different in Obama. We saw the wave that Obama came with. It also came with Trump. People forget that Trump was and still an enigma. In fact, Trump has kept more of his followers after he left office than Obama did. It's like a cult-like. So that is what Peter Obi is building. Peter Obi is building a cult-like, because Nigerians, like Igor said, Nigerians are tired of the PDP and the APC. Like now, yesterday, how many went into PDP? The other day, from APC, they went to PDP. So it's just like, it didn't favor me here, I go this way. It didn't favor me here, I go this way.
But is that not Peter Obi's narrative as well?
No. Peter Obi living wherever.
Peter Obi started in PDP, then he went to APGA. Then from
APGA,
he went to PDP back, and then from PDP now away to Labour Party.
The reason why
Labour Party, of course, is just a temporary home because their politics don't align.
Yes, the reason why Peter Obi left PDP the first time was that he went to a PDP meeting, and they made a decision, and he said, "Can he ask a question?" And they said, "No, you cannot ask a question. That you're too. Who are you to ask question? This da. You know how crude politics was then." He said, "No, I am not going to do this," and he left. Now, let me give you a brief. I'll be brief with how Peter Obi was recommended. ABC Nwosu, if you guys remember ABC Nwosu, former health minister, after he contested in 1999 and he lost the election. When it came to, I think, 2003, They came to him and asked him, then, Godfatherism was, was still up there. They came and asked him, are you going to run again? He said, no, he does not want to run. But they now said, okay, they were going to come back and ask him the question again. After some time, they gave him about, I think, 3 to 6 months. Then I asked him again, I said, why? Didn't you want to run? He said, oh, no, he doesn't want, but he can recommend somebody. Then I asked him who it was. He said, Peter Obi. That was how Peter Obi came into the limelight. People are talking about, oh, he betrayed Ojukwu. How did he betray Ojukwu? He was in the party. You guys have seen the reason why he left the party. Okonjo-Iweala said it.
But he said frontally to Ojukwu that he would never betray Abga. And once he was spent with using Abga, he jumped.
He never betrayed Abga, but the governor then came in and felt like he can, gestation, the idea, the plan of Abga. Started fighting everybody there is out there. Do you understand? Then started wasting money. Peter B is not this person that will attack you, while you're in office, but whatever thing you're doing, he's seeing it. So he looked at it and he said, and he never left Abga when Ojukwu was still alive. Because when Ojukwu died, he was like,
do you think it's irresponsible of Peter Obi to be running for the presidency? Do you think it's irresponsible and somewhat selfish?
Why is he irresponsible? He's a Nigerian. He's more than qualified than everyone running today. Every one of them running today. I can tell you equivocally that it's everyone.
Because there are a lot of things.
To name them. These are career politicians. These are guys that have been in politics for far too long. We are talking about people that have made a change, have made a real change. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I only said that because there are elements that are requisite for the Nigerian president that you might not immediately think of Peter Obi when you think of those elements. So,
what kind of element is that?
Yes, you being able to manage ethnic diversity is one thing. So Peter Obi doesn't have that in his antecedents. The security situation of the country is one of the key spaces. There's nothing to suggest that Peter Obi has a panacea to that. He can theorize in terms of some abstract concept. But how is he going to take on Boko Haram? He's going to use technology and education, Abi. So there's a lot that he falls short in. But he talks about production to consumption. He's just riding a wave to fulfill his own ambition, which he might not then be able to effect anything of meaning. It might well turn out to be the worst. It might turn out to be worse than Buhari because there's nothing in him to suggest that he has what it takes to take on that space.
Okay, that is you talking about. If you have managed Anambra State, I do not think there's any corporation in the world that you cannot manage, because you are managing the highest amount of billionaires in Nigeria per square meter. So if you understand what Anambra is, I told you that
Anambra is 90% Igbo. It's 90%.
Yes, it's 90% Igbo, but it doesn't mean that we don't have, or Anambra does not have other ethnic groups in the states. You see, we talk about religion and tribe because we are not living in a progressive nation. In America, we are no more diverse than the people from the United States. We are not. America has about control of everybody. But what do? They put in the structure. When you come, you go in there, you do your own thing, you get out. The structure is there. That is why when you come, the job is there, you go there, you work, they train you into the system. When you're leaving, you go home, you get paid. That is the system, that's the working system. So why do I care who my governor is? Why should I care even my boss? Why should I care who my boss is? I don't care. I go there, I do my job. In fact, in Nigeria, the poor fear the rich. Here, the rich fear the poor. Because there are certain things you're going to tell me now, and you're a JC. I'll be like, oh, you said this to me. People around say, oh, you said this to him, and they take it to court. Well, I'm made for life. They're going to pay my ass off. They're going to pay me. So that is the problem. We need to build a nation. That is why I was talking. This a tribal sentiment, religious sentiment is killing us. It has not taken us anywhere. But in the past 60 years, I don't know how much more we want to ride on this. You get it? So my point is going to still be, let's maintain, talking about, I don't mind us fleshing him. Let's continue fleshing his ideas, fleshing his character, because we need to get it right. And it will be most satisfying if we know that we voted this man and he is there and we voted according to our conscience. If he goes in there and does good, we take the glory. If he goes in there and does bad, we also take the glory. We look for the next option. Nigeria is a journey. A journey is not always smooth, but we can always move forward, get ourselves re-engineered, get refocused, build better timelines, build better focus, and keep it moving. But we cannot say, oh, we didn't get it right with Buhari. Good and fine. We lost 8 years. We keep it moving. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. So let's give Peter Obi the chance he deserves. Let's give him the fairness he deserves. Let's give him the support he deserves, because you see, he is speaking from the point of the people. He is passionate about the people. When he went into government, go and listen to his stories. In all of his stories, you hardly, except for one or two rebuttal, but you hardly see people say, oh, okay, he is lying, or contractor say, oh, he did not pay us, or he sees school student. The critical area is what really matters. If he put 20 million and the money, did he put the 20 million? Yes. Okay, he might be inaccurate with the amount it has generated. But did he put $20 million? Yes, he did. What was the intent of putting the $20 million? Did he put the $20 million to benefit him, or did he invest the $20 million to benefit the state? If there is low, and we know what has happened with the naira of late. You know what? Even the dollar too. So with everything that has happened, what is the intent? Did he do it? He did. That is what we should be looking at, the character of the man. And Joe Ibokwe is a paperweight. It's not even a weight. I cannot even address him. And I don't think Peter B should. And just to digress a little bit, you see the picture of the boy, Ekweremadu, to the UK, the picture is out on the internet, the BVN is out, and they said that the boy is actually 21 from his BVN. So let's just see what happens, okay? Nigerians can be desperate. At 21, if he's really 21, he is grown enough to, know stuff that you can do when you get into the United States, and you say, oh, you know what, I'm a minor. The Nigerians are that smart. Nigerians can do anything to get asylum in the UK or anywhere in the West, because the country had. I sympathize with everyone involved. I'm still going to maintain, if he were a minor, then let justice take its course. But if he was cajoled or trying to be or people try to
I have to say I have some sympathy for Ekweremadu. I'm loath to say that, but I have to be fair, because I detest Nigerian politicians just by instinct. But when that guy was applying for the visa, in the covering letter that Ekweremadu added to the guy's application to facilitate it, he was quite categorical as to who the guy is, what he was, what is going to do, and what the plan was, and to the hospital that is going to cut. So there was nothing to suggest that he was being untoward.
Yes,
So there was nothing to say that he was trying to. So he said this guy is coming to the United Kingdom to donate a kidney to my daughter. This is the letter I sent today. So what are they now saying that he did not? What are they investigating to be arresting him? That was what he told them, and they gave him a visa off the back of that, which is to say they agree.
The issue there is this, because I'm just calling from what.
Although I still hate Ikweremadu, but I still hate him more. But you have to be fair. You know?
No. See, one man. See, you see, in everything that we do, we have to be fair. You know, no matter. I mean, even if the person is a thief, try him or try her. You know, don't just say this person is a thief and give the person jungle justice. Try the person, give the person opportunity to talk. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when that of a pyramid happened, it's not like he stole money to go and give to somebody, or there was a racketeering. It was his daughter. As a father of a daughter, I would do same. I would do same. People are saying he has 3 other family members. Do you know if he matched? Do you know? This guy, his name, the name they gave about the guy was real. It was correct. The BVN number, so it was the same name, but it stated 21. Now, did that happen? Did they get the BVN after Ekweremadu met the boy, or was the BVN on long before Ekweremadu came into the picture? These are the technicalities. If the former state to be the case, then they should release Ekweremadu. They should release him. He did nothing wrong. What happened was that the main reason that they stopped the whole thing and what they call it, the police were alerted, was that when he went to the hospital to for assessment, they asked him, "How old are you?" He said 15. The doctor said, "No, if you're 15, if your actual age is 15, we cannot perform this on a 15-year-old." That was where the tip-off started. That was where the red flag, thing came up. So when he now went home, he now said that he escaped from the house and stayed out there for 2 days before he now went to the police and all that. Those are story for, I'm looking at intent. As a Nigerian 21-year-old, when he got there, probably he changed his mind, of which he has the right to change his mind. But if you're going to change your mind, do not blackmail the person that you have promised to help. At 21 years old, you should be able to take certain decisions in your life. It's because we're in Nigeria that we stay pampered 25, 26, 27 years old. Here, 18 years old, you started taking responsibility. Even 17 years old, 16 years old. Some of them even 12, 10. So that is the thing. I just wish.
Yes, I really hate myself for it, but I have some sympathy for Ekweremadu because, like you said, this is his daughter. So anybody would think maybe you would not have gone that route, but you can see the desperation to want to ensure that your child is as well, and as your child's well. So you can understand that. But the fact that they published that letter that he wrote to the British High Commission, stating the reasons why he needed the visa for the boy, and they granted the visa on the basis of what he wrote. So they can't. So what is the harvesting? Where's the exploitation? The only thing that can damn him is if that boy is underage. Yeah, if it's minor, then it's damned. But if he's not a minor, then he should jolly well get his lawyers to sue the British government.
You know what? In Nigeria, we are very emotional people. I told people that when I started following the social media space, I started finding out that it's a lot of people that want to trend, right, as against people actually being factual with their reportage. So I looked at it and I said, Nigerians, have this thing for, Nigerians are too emotional, oh, because it's Ekweremadu, oh, you should have been the hospital in your place, blah, 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 blah. They started cussing out, oh, it was in Nigeria. But I get it. in everything we are going to do as Nigerians, let's just cut ourselves some slack. It doesn't matter if he's a politician. Ekweremadu did what he has to do as a father, not as a politician. He might have used his influence as a politician to get things done faster, but whatever thing he did for his daughter was done with the intent of saving the daughter's life. And the biggest thing we have also is the misinformation going on when we start saying butchering. Organ harvesting, like there were multiple organs to be harvested from this guy, and this guy will be left in a vegetable state. Look, you can survive on one kidney, and
a lot of people do.
A lot of people do. They sell one of their kidneys, come back to Nigeria, and buga, as it were, within the social space, and people don't really know this. So it is not like it's a death sentence for the guy that if the guy had gone in for the transplant.
You see, so I think it's some of the languages that were used in that space that people recall from. So they're saying they're using languages like human trafficking and
Exactly.
then organ harvesting. So when you're hearing things like that, the images, what it conjures up in your imagination, is some dark green thing. Like they are taking the guys in their legs and they are, when they are saying organ harvest. So it's the language that that jars people's senses.
Yes, so that's the problem. So the thing there is that now people started selling this narrative, on misinformation. And I kept telling them, look, it's not like if they did some transplant that this guy was going to die. So where is the idea of butchering coming from? I have seen the girl that needed the transplant. I mean, she's walking and probably she had a bad kidney. Okay, but it doesn't show that they didn't say that she had a heart defect, or she had a lung defect, so they can those things that are transferable, that the guy is going to be a vegetable after he had done that. So probably the idea was to bring the guy in, that after the guy must have done that, they probably set him up and leave him in the UK, then he pursue his own life. But probably when he went in there, he maybe got afraid and he did what he had to do. And I don't think that he thought about it in the hospital. I think before he even came into the hospital, there was a grand plan to do what he did, and he executed it. But right now, we wait to the 7th and to get the last of this matter.
All right.
Let me just one man. Please, can I ask Mr. Joe a question?
Carry on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Joe, I know you talk about the group you belong that is working to help Obi, and I wish you the best of sincerely, because we all need that change. But I want to ask you like a question regarding, do you guys have some kind of a team that is working on, like, that understand who you are fighting against, meaning people you are actually trying to beat in their game, and your strategy have to be top notch or much more than them in terms of how I don't know what your plan is. You can keep that to yourself. You can give us just some tips on the kind of teams you have and how you plan to beat these people who are experienced in this game and they don't play fair. Thank you.
Well, they are not going to beat them now. We all know that, but you can attempt to answer that.
No. We are beating APC and PDP. It's just a question of we needed Kwankwaso.
It's a question of how big the landslide will be.
No. Okay, how big the landslide will be, because we thought that with Kwankwaso, it was going to be easier for us. It was going to be a smooth ride with Kwankwaso. But without Kwankwaso, we are still going to make inroads, but we have to step up our work towards enlightening the people on what they need to do. Now, let me tell you, I think it was RB that asked me a question. Okay, and the Peter Obi support network.
Sorry, apologies. Let me I want to acknowledge this comment by this guy. This is a guy called Oga. He says that, is this an Igbo platform? Now, that's the most opposite. Of all of the times that I've been running this place, everybody have called me an Igbo hater. So what quite this guy? I don't know, man. You say, but that's the balance right there. So we're not either Igbo or Yoruba or anybody. It's just fair and balanced. Sorry, carry on, Joel. That just struck me.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's an unfortunate Nigeria, but anyway. So so what was the question again?
Well, no, it was asking essentially that, are you guys prepared for what is coming your way? But because you seem to be seduced by the brouhaha and the noise making you are making online, but the reality of it will dawn soon enough when we get to the sharp end.
And like I told you, we are on ground. We are not just online. We are on ground. And you see, it was Trump that said that every publicity is good publicity. Okay, good or bad, as long as your name is in the news. That is what you see. Those adverts you don't pay for. You see, there was something Trump did before he came into power. Many people didn't know how he came into power. Trump made himself the headline. He never paid for jingles. His election was even the cheapest. People donated even at that. He didn't pay much because everybody was talking about Trump. Trump. So there's a way you talk about people. Some people will start having sympathy towards that person, no matter how good your intents are, because they might have one or two people they have seen that have done something similar. They're going to be like, after all, Biden this one now. After all, Obama, so why are they not attacking him? You start building sympathy. That is what happened during Trump. That is what we wanted. What we wanted was to make sure that Nigerians already know what they want, the state we are in as a nation, and let them be the drivers of the news. We didn't have to pay Arise News at the time. P2B went up, and it came down a little bit, but now it's like you do not even hear about Atiku. You do not even hear about Tinubu. What they are talking about is P2B. And when you want to talk about rating, if you want to talk about rating, you have to talk about the things people are interested in. Every news channel, even including Facebook and your Instagram, all of them, and including our regular media in Nigeria, all of them, you must discuss Obi. Now, even the governors are even discussing Obi. If you take a picture with Obi, the Nigerians are asking, what does this mean? You can see it with P2B and with Wike. You can see that. It's very, very organic. Nigerians are the one pushing this course, and we must get there. We must get there. We just want to get the VP, then the posters. There is committee for posters, and as well as donors. For
a lot of people are considering that Peter Obi is experiencing a purple patch. So it's a purple patch when things go your way and you think that it will never end, but it very quickly dissipates because because you have to understand that the senior politicians, the real politics, they've gone through that wave of the primaries to secure their positions. So we've not really heard them come out since the primaries. So they've gone to just to recuperate and to re-strategize because now they have the ticket. So how are they going to attack the space? But Peter Obi is already attacking the space. But when the real senior voices, when they start to come out to take back that space, Peter Obi will, of course, dissipate because we saw that happen in PDP. When serious politics came in, he ran.
Not with Peter Obi. We are donating towards Peter Obi. Peter Obi is going to match them naira for naira, dollar for dollar. But Peter Obi is not going to pay anybody.
What about Connie for Connie experience, rigging for rigging?
No. We are not talking about rigging. I'm talking about when it comes to jingles and telling people what he intends to do. We are going to make sure it gets to the people. The Nigerian people will have to make that decision, either to remain in slavery or get out and meet someone that will empower them. It's a choice. This election is not just a choice between Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. It's a choice between going forward and going backward. Because at this stage that we are, Nigeria economy is bad. Nigeria economy is bad. Look, we are now borrowing. We are now borrowing to pay.
How come Peter Obi does not inspire confidence outside of his core base? How come it doesn't inspire confidence in somebody like me that is desirous of change, but cannot quite convince myself to be convinced about Peter Obi? Why is that?
If you had listened to Peter Obi's stewardship and listening to him during the platforms and all that, and you do not feel convinced, I just think that you've not done enough to be patient enough to really read, or you just said, oh, this thing could be one of those politicians. No. Take your time. Peter Obi is this kind of person that when he tells you about his stewardship, it might be a 1 hour video, but you see, you are so glued that you want to know what he's going to say the next time, right? So it's that engaging. You can listen to Peter Obi's clip for an hour and you think that you spent only 10 minutes, right? Listen to him. That's one of the first problem you're having. The second problem you're having is that you're just living in denial. You just don't want to attack that space. You don't just think that Peter Obi is the guy that could do it. You are one of those guys that are sitting on the fence. Can he not do it? I know you want something good for your family members in Nigeria. I know you want something good for Nigeria, but you see, you still have, no matter what, you still have that tribal sentiment towards yourself. I'm telling you about you.
We all do.
Look at that. So if I'm not convinced, I'm a Igbo hater. That's it.
Mr. Joel. Mr. Joel.
No, you're a hater.
Mr.
So
Joel.
that's what I'm saying, right? So you just have to, be open-minded about Obi and listen to him. Listen to him, one man. He will really convince you. When you see the kind of things he had done in the past, how practical he was, you cannot hear that from
you see, let me say this, Joe. Not Joel, not Joe, but Joel. Let me say this, Joel. I like Peter Obi as a person, but I love Nigeria more. And I because my frustration with Nigeria is that's the country you and I come from. Here we are. Nobody will say that we're idiots. Nobody can call you an idiot, and hopefully nobody is calling me an idiot. So we are of a level of functioning, a level of capacity. We have vast resources, but the two don't marry because every time they tell us suffering in the land. So what I'm looking for is a real plan, a big idea, somebody with big ideas. Somebody that can dream the impossible, So I don't see that in Peter Obi. I see some sort of like a bread and butter sort of pedestrianized narrative, speaking to populism and doing kumbaya. I see inspiration in Atiku, but I don't want Atiku because he's a northerner. I don't see inspiration in Tinubu, So I still can't. So that's where I am. So I'm not for, the thumping and the brouhaha and the personality. I'm not the one to be jollied along. I'm not here to be jollied along, but it doesn't have big ideas. That's just my issue.
We do not need big ideas. What we need are practical ideas. In the past, we have seen people coming with restructuring, this and that. That is not what we need. What we need in Nigeria is something that is practicable. Someone that has done it before. Someone that had the sincerity of purpose, someone that did not make use of that.
Look at that. This is what we hear now. We hear that, but we are not convinced.
No. You're going to see those ideas in paper, but the thing there is that you see, like we are so impatient in Nigeria, just like we did with the Ekwemadu's case. We are so impatient. We rush into judgment, right? There is no way Peter Obi will give you a white paper when he is still in talks with other parties. When you do that, you are just telling other parties, come and join me, and this is what is established. I just told you that Peter Obi like to be organic. Okonjo Iweala said it. You can question Peter Obi's ways of doing things, but you cannot question the results. Look, this is the first time we have second time we have a billionaire coming out to save the people. The first time was MKO. This time around, it is Peter Obi, and we can really see that that's the reason why there is this, huge support for the Peter Obi campaign. We must get it right in 2023. If not, we will not have no nation to go to. I am telling you, because if diesel goes up to 1,500, the Malam Buhari in Aso Rock is not even thinking about that. Everything we're talking about, how much I was listening to the news yesterday, and we're talking about how much fuel we consume in Nigeria. And it was stated that under, I think, Yaradua or Jonathan, it was about 24 million liters. Then it came down to Buhari's first tenure. It went up to about 50 million liters. Now, it went up to 100 million liters. 60% of the cars in Nigeria is driven in Lagos State. Yet, you are not, so everybody's like, how much cars do we have in Lagos? So, who is increasing? What are we subsidizing? Peter Obi is not saying that he's not going to subsidize, but he's saying, what are you subsidizing? So people have been milking this nation since the coming in of Buhari. And we all shut up like nothing is going on.
Well, we have not.
Tell me that Tinubu does not know what is going on. You cannot tell me that Atiku does not know what is going on. There is no way we are going to consume 102 million liters of fuel daily. That is an aberration. That is criminal, and we are not going to let that happen. We always have to look towards the bright side. Peter Obi it is. Let's go with him. Let's go out there. Let's project him. We support him. The moment you start saying, oh, are you sure your vote is going to count? That is one vote, one minus vote for Peter Obi. And that is also you discouraging about 2 or 3, 4, 5 other people listening to you. So what I'm just saying is this. Go out there, they say we are wasting our vote. We'll be wasting this vote for far too long. What do you have to lose? Nothing. Nothing. Go out there, it is a waste. Waste it for Peter Obi. You are going to see the power. You are going to see the power of our numbers, the power of our unity, the power of our resolve to see a better Nigeria. Thank you, all man.
All right. Peter Obi stands a better chance, certainly, if he employs you as a campaign somebody.
Mr. Draw, you didn't answer my question.
But you did not. What was your question again? Put your question again, and then we move.
I was asking about your strategy on how you're going to win these people you fight. You have to know your enemy before you even enter the battle line. Yes, you are selling Peter Obi, but that's very different from how you plan to do this when you get to the battlefront. How you want to be ahead of these people on their own game. That's their field. You are going in there to take their supporters from them. How are you going to do it? What is your What are the things you think you have an edge over in order to get people to move towards Obi and not just go with the evil they already know?
All right, I think you go back. Yeah.
The issue there is this, right? The issue there is this, right? I do not have to talk about Peter Obi and what he has done. I'm just talking about how Nigeria is. Nigeria already is a reason why everyone is looking for another option. So it is not because just it's Peter Obi. It is because of the situation in Nigeria that is pushing people to say we have tried these people and it is not working. Now, this is the thing. We are talking about structure. You are talking about how are we going to outspend them, because there is no other way that these people are going to get this vote if they did not pay people to win this election. The question is simple. We are building a volunteer group.
I think that's a bit unfair to say there's no. Sorry, Joe, that I interrupted you, but if we want to start to dissect the votes, there are certain people that will vote In fact, a large number of people that will vote along ethnic lines. I think you know that. Yeah.
And the ethnicity is this, right? Look, 10 years ago, if you are telling someone that an Igbo man will come out and people will support him, people will not believe it. The thing now is this: people are saying that we are done with the injustice. They are saying that this is the person we want. So this is what we're going to happen. You know, this guy asked me a question.
Yeah.
We are building some volunteer. The volunteer is already I think we got him about 5,000. So we are trying to build it about 15,000. By August, we should be able to get that number. We want to start going. We are going to do a door-to-door campaign, one-on-one campaign. We are changing our jingle every interview we had. We are cutting clips of it and producing it in different languages so that other people people that are illiterate, that cannot listen to that cannot understand English, can understand this. We are moving with our the flyers and all that are not strategy, but we are going to make sure that in every polling booth, because like what we saw in the Ekiti election, where people were saying something like, "Oh, take their money and do not vote for them." No, this time around, what they did in Ekiti is they tell you to go and vote. When you vote, the agent is there. You show them your voter's card, and it shows that you have punched on a APC or whoever, because I had a SDP as well, both votes. So you show them that you go put in your voters your voters card, your voters whatever. Then you go receive the money. So it's not like those days where they just pay you and say go and vote. No, this time around they have to see the paper right there before they pay you the money. So those people saying that, oh, take the money and vote your conscience. No, it's not going to happen that way. But now this is where the voter education, the awareness, because we are going to be subtle, but we are also going to be a little bit aggressive, because we know that we are fighting for our rights. We are fighting for our future. We are fighting for the next generation. We are going to have volunteers at the polling booths, especially in those areas where we know that these things about rigging is going to take place. We are also trying to redeploy, especially drones. So you are seeing everything that is going on in real time. These things are not things that I can really encapsulate right now. I will give you more information as time goes on, but you can go to posn.ng to get more information on what we are doing and how we are trying to counter this. There is no other way to do it. It's just talking to the people, telling the people what they need to know, telling them where the country is headed in their own language, and let them know that as long as you're taking this money to go vote, that you're taking this money to mortgage your future. And I think the message resonates with most Nigerians, especially those that have been hit by poverty and insecurity.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Joel. So, Joel, before I move on to the next person, I just wanted you to somewhat revisit that space where I was speaking about ethnicity. It'd be a folly to say that ethnicity is not going to play a part in the elections, because it will, and people will naturally vote towards their ethnicity. They will. I think we know that, no matter how enthused we are, and no matter how much we like to imagine that there's this shift that is propelled by the need for change, and that is all. People will vote along ethnicity, and to a large percentage, they will vote along ethnicity. So the wiggle room is very narrow in terms of this capture of this new wave. And you have to understand that the youth that you are banking on, they will still vote along ethnicity, but the old stalwarts, they will vote as they traditionally have done. And the traditional voters within the Nigerian space, they are the old stalwarts, because the election processes in Nigeria is somewhat grueling. When you stand in the sun for a good 4 or 5 hours, and then you wait for another 2 hours to see if your vote is counted, that endurance is usually not one you associate with the youth. and they would not even turn up in the manner that. So there's just so many. So we had the enthusiasm, and it's all very romantic and very seducing and whatnot. But the reality of it, it's a bit more grueling than this these things that you guys talk about.
Ethnicity is going to play a part, no doubt. I mean, in every election around the world, there's a sentiment towards, if it's in the United States, there's sentiments towards color. We cannot, run away from that. It's always been the way of humans. However, you see, the prayer of every nation is that you have, people above, an above average number support, a good cause, for the generality of all. Now, we are going to have people, the controversiers, for instance, are going to vote the controversiers, and when we look at what population are they, they have their own population. And the Southwest, you're going to have, there are diehard Tinubu followers. You're not going to downsize that. In the Southeast, you're going to still have that with Obi. No one can dissect that. Now, this is a Wazobia election. It's been a long time we had this Wazobia kind of thing. So the vote is going to be divided, but the thing there is that in every group, there are the enlightened people. There are those, certain group of people that comes in and say, you know what, we either want things this way or want things this way. Those are the swing votes. The youth are going to be the one to swing these votes. That's the thing, because the voters in the north already, they know themselves. It's only the enlightened one, the one that we were able to arouse, to come out to the fore and perform their civic duty. Those are the people that will change the election in this kind of election, because it will be close. And even I'm even thinking that we're going to have a runoff. And like I told you guys, this election is between Tinubu and is between Peter Obi and Tinubu. Atiku is out of the way. When I'm telling you this, I know what I'm talking about. It's if Yemi Osibanjo was the candidate for APC, they would have won this election, because it gives Peter Obi something close to him in terms of personality. You see, many people are voting for Peter Obi because of his personality, and they are looking at this other candidate that he's competing against, and looking at their ages and all that. So it's a whole lot of things working for Peter Obi versus these other guys, these two major guys. But at the same time, these things, religion, all these things are going to also play out. But at the end of the day, the issues of the country will affect, we tweak the vote for many Nigerians towards going to vote Obi, because he is the right person to deliver Nigeria, and he must do it when he gets into power in come 2023. By the grace of God, inshallah.
Brilliant. Well put. Well put, Joel. So you may not have the job, but I've designated you as the Peter Obi campaign director, because I don't think whoever he is, can do a better job. So thank you for all that, Joel.
Thank you.
Let me acknowledge Sonny's super chat, and then we move on. I want to go on next to Solomon, but Sonny says via super chat, Nigerians need to stop looking for a savior in the form of a man, or they stopped looking in Christ. Religion is a scam. So it's always difficult to unbundle Sonny's super chat sometimes. The first half, I understand. So, or have they stopped looking for, or have they stopped believing in Christ? That bit I understand. Religion is a scam. So that just then confuses everything. But that is what Sonny is saying via super chat. So thank you for the super chat, Sonny. As I go on to Solomon. So Solomon, good to have you. A delight. Solomon are joining us regularly these days, and we're all the better for it. So Solomon, to you then. Let me take you to a different space then. This Ahmed Lawan, now that Inec have released the the list of people that are going to run in the election, and the attempt to substitute Ahmad Lawan's name to substitute Bashir Machina's name with Ahmad Lawan. It looks as though that has failed, because INEC recognizes Bashir Machina as the candidate for Yobe North, not Ahmad Lawan. So that marks then somewhat the end of Ahmad Lawan's political career. So what are you making of that? And is that even making the news? Good to have you, Solomon.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman.
Good morning.
Yeah, this is to show INEC at least they are beginning to try in the way they are doing things in Nigeria now. This electoral stuff or matters. This Ahmed Lawan should rest. The Senate is not his father's enterprise. He should rest. Somebody that has been there since 1999. He has tried. He should just go and do something else and stop this thing he's trying to do. Yeah, INEC tried very well to at least it shows that they are a bit transparent, and they would still try to take the necessary and positive decisions in these 2023 elections. But I don't still see them 100% doing it. But at least in this particular one they did now, they really tried, because you can't take out somebody's mandate from him. He has already won. So why are you trying to intimidate him? It's not advisable. It's not good at all. So it's a very good way INEC gave back the mandate to the real owner.
All right. Quite a lot of people did not actually make the cut when INEC released registered candidates. So Lawan, of course, you've already spoken on. Akpabio beat the dust as well, as did David Umahi. So the Senate is somewhat going to look totally different in the 9th Assembly, I would say. People like all the tradition. Dino Melaye never got his ticket. Bukola Saraki never contested for one. Ahmed Lawan is out now. Akpabio, rest in peace. So a completely new assembly we're looking at for 2023.
Yeah, but the thing there is that the people that will still come in, they are still from the same party. So there's nothing really there for them to lose, because the people coming in are still from the same party they will still come from, and they still share the same ideology.
All right. So we can't escape Peter Obi, as you know, for the moment. Solomon, we try. It's not that so I say, okay, let me put Peter Obi. It's just you cannot escape him, but we will at some point. You just cannot seem to escape the damned man. But he is in trending again, and the person throwing stones at him this time around, Solomon, is Joe Igbokwe. So Joe Igbokwe, of course, of the thought that Peter Obi is no more than a trader that just has pedestrian ideas about development. He was especially just miffed by Peter Obi's suggestion that small, medium enterprises and education is the pathway to development rather than infrastructural spending. So what are you making then of that difference of opinion in ideological thrust between these two men? So Joe Igbokwe is saying you have to build infrastructures. Peter Obi is saying you have to give money to small business. So what are you making then of that fight between the two of them?
Let me first of all talk about this Joe Igbokwe. This Joe Igbokwe, at times I ask myself, this kind of man, are you sure this man can go back to his village?
No, he can never step foot on Igbo land ever. Not even drive through. If he can.
They bought his house. He
can never step forward. Till he dies, he can never step foot on Igbo land again. Never.
because it's not even apart from this is political let me just use this political blunders he used to make. Because it is used to say at times it's not used to align to what the people at least still use, even if you are trying to be this
Remember
one
when
is
they
really
used to
getting
attack Nnamdi Kanu? Every minute you'll be attacking
that is
Nnamdi
why
Kanu.
that is the main reason I'm saying, will this guy ever get to Igbo land? Because
It looks as though the opposite of what Igbo land wants is what he always wants. If they want Nnamdi Kanu, he wants Buhari. If they want Peter Obi, he wants Tinubu. If they want bread, he wants butter. You know, it's from another planet. On a suicide mission. It's on a suicide mission.
Oh my, don't kill me this morning. If I'm listening to the Kanu and with the guy, and he must reply. Most times he must reply the Kanu, he must reply anybody that bash him. He must reply that person. And I'll be like, this man, this one now is just sell out. That this one is just I don't want to just say he's the main sabo himself. But what he said, what P2B said is really the right thing, because many people have ideas, but they don't have the source, they don't have capital to start up what they want to do. They don't have capital to start up what they want to do.
So do you think investing in small businesses is what will propel the Nigerian economy? Do you think that's a pathway?
Nigeria is rich. Forget this one that line that they are owing this, they are owing that. Nigeria is rich. They can do the same. They can do the two at the same time. The same time, just to know how to come up with revenues, how to generate revenues and be transparent enough. That's why we need people that are not. That we don't need hungry people. We don't need people that would come and be diverting funds anyhow, be hoarding money. Those are not the kind of people we need. They can still be setting up infrastructures and still have a program that will be rendering money to small scale business persons. So, but that's what we need to do. The both of them, they are right, but they should not. It's not to badmouth one, and no, it's not to badmouth one. It is just to. That's why some people in Nigeria, the way they do anyway, is politics. You want to just criticize one, to criticize another person's opinion as if your own is the correct one. Only your own that is the correct. No, is to bring ideas together and solve the problem in the country. That is the best way to go about it.
All right. Solomon, you are just coming out of education, so you would know. In every school, there's always one hot babe that all the happening guys are trying to toast. So in politics, the hot babe that they are toasting at the moment is Yemsen Wike. So first off the bat of Peter Obi going to woo him, with Dave Umahi going before him. Now you have Kwakwanso in a closed-door meeting with Yemsen Wike. So Yemsen Wike suddenly the beautiful bride that everybody's courting. But what politics do you think Wike is playing out? Allowing all these meetings with rival parties to happen publicly between him and them. He being a senior party, he'd be rather a senior member of one of the leading parties in the country. Is Wike by all these meetings signaling his intention to exit? Because we've been here before. We were here just a few days with Wike, with Peter Obi. Now Kwakwanso in meetings with this guy. So what politics is Wike, do you think, signaling to the space?
Wike is a very important person in the political sector. He's very, very important. But as I see that man, he's not going to listen to, like, he's not going to join anybody's camp. He's going to stand for his party, because he always says that he's a party man and he's his party's man. Even if, to me, I don't feel like what they did to him it was never a disappointment. nobody backstabbed him.
You don't think so?
Nobody, I don't think so. I don't think so at all, because I think, was he not it was the person he helped Tambowa in
2019. Yeah.
It was the same thing he did. So now he got back. I don't want to say his nemesis anyway, but he should accept it in good faith.
And him not getting the vice presidential slot, you don't think that was one slap too many?
That one, I don't think is a slap. I'm telling you the truth. I don't think. How is he a slap? Somebody will choose who he will work with. Atiku felt, or Atiku feels he's going to work better with Okowa. So that's why he went for Okowa. It's nothing. People just come and we always attach our emotions to things. He did not. Let's just be realistic. He did not do anything to Atiku. Did not make the wrong decision. I did not. And the P2B Wike should not feel backstabbed or feel betrayed. He should stand with his party, because if his party wins, he still has many things to gain.
All right. I think he has reasons to feel aggrieved, of course, because I know. I think it will serve him to go to another party and just tell you don't think
this
so?
Is where he needs to prove that he's truly a party man, that he's his party's man. Not saying that he has been in PDP for how many years or those kind of thing. It is now this kind of situation or circumstance he's supposed to stand with his party.
All right, brilliant. Let me share something with you. Let me share something with you, Solomon. This is nothing to do with what you're talking about, but it's really from what Joel was talking about earlier on. Tell me if you can guess who this is. Guess who this is. Who do you think that is?
Is this Ekwemadu's daughter?
Yeah, that's Ekwemadu. So that's the girl in question, the one in need of the. So that's the girl at the heart of the storm.
Yeah.
So yeah. So because they keep saying Sonia, so I just had to go check her to see who she is and what she is. She looks someone like some big straight sort of a person, but full-blood Nigerian. I want to take you to something not political, but something I read out earlier. You may or may not have heard me read it out. But before I go there, let me just start. Let me take on board Alexander Gomez's super chat. He says, Peter Obi's popularity is at Atiku's peril. Tinubu is about to achieve his lifelong dream. President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, amazing political development. So everything. Speak to that.
What this person said is what Mr.
Alexander
Gomez said. He's very right. Me now, I'm just saying that I don't think Atiku is going to win this election. That is what I'm just, except the Northerners would want to bring in that their tribal preference. That is how Atiku can win this election. That is if they decide to betray Tinubu. But the way it is,
do you understand why? Do you see why Alexander is putting up that comment? Go on. Talk us straight.
Because normally in the previous elections, PDP always vote for the PDP. The Southeast, they always vote for PDP, but now P2B has taken that space. Then I don't think South will give PDP 100% of their votes.
And Atiku has nowhere to replace those votes from. There's no new vote that will come to him that will compensate for what Peter Obi will take from him.
Yeah.
So that gives Tinubu the presidency.
Yes.
It's quite simple, but people don't want
for the fact that Buhari
they don't even have to rig it, though. It's just the permutations. It gives us Tinubu's presidency.
I feel they will rig the election.
One man. I tend to disagree with both of you, though. But
Right.
I mean, I don't want to interject.
No, please, you can say so that you can include
go on.
Opinion so that we hear
okay. Okay. I think in this election, right? We are talking about Southeast. I believe that you see, there's this momentum that comes to the election. When you know that when the elections start coming out and you see, oh, P2P has won in 5 southeastern states. That is 5 on a block. And they start telling you that he's winning in the South-South region because P2B has made so many inroads in the South-South region. And to correct my mistake the last time, Pat Utomi is from Delta State, not Cross River. But the wife, I think, is from Cross River. I know that he's going to win the South-South and the Southeast. If he's going to win South-South, if he's going to miss any state in
he will win every state in South-South.
You say?
I don't think P2B will win all the states in South-South. We can't just give him South-South like that. Even the Delta states, the Delta state, Pat Utomi is not winning Delta state. That one is a shock. I'm telling you with what I know.
But this is the thing, right? He just needs to make 25% of the vote.
He not go see reach 25% for South.
No.
For Delta states.
He's going to see 25% in Delta states.
Bro, he not go see him. I tell you.
Anyway,
seriously, he's not going to see it.
Okay. Let's take it that Delta State goes to Atiku, right? P2B has 10 states because I know that Bayelsa, Edo State is like the number 1. The Akwa Ibom and even River State is in P2B's back. Let me move up a little bit to Lagos.
While we keep his own state, we keep his state.
And Wike now is trying to be a swing vote. It's never yet over with Wike and River States. So
Wike is not going to go for all the abuse that he threw at the P2B. Wike will keep his state and is not going to give it to P2B.
Wike is going to give it to PDP. PDP that owns River State. Delta State and River State.
And Okowa will keep his own state too.
Let's wait for that because
the state they want their son as vice president.
You see, many people are going to collect money for governorship election, but you see that presidential election, you're going to see what is going to happen with presidential election. I know that I've been in Nigeria where they will say, "Oh, vote and the governorship."
No, hold on, Joel. Let's just be clear. Sorry, which state is Okowa? Is that Bayelsa State?
Delta State.
Delta State. They're not going to vote for Peter Obi when they know that their son is going to be vice president. Do you agree that?
Yes, no.
No, but I feel that Peter Obi, I am not saying that he's going to win Delta State, but I'm saying that he's going to put up a good showing in Delta State. At least
it might not, though. And River State is not going to vote for Peter Obi because
why do you think so?
Because Wike will not allow it.
No. See, this election, you guys keep talking about the people in government telling people what to do. I am telling you, in this election, it's going to be different.
Okay,
Peter Obi is going to make up 25% in Delta State. That is
Igbos are much in Rivers, so.
You say?
Igbos, population of Igbos in Rivers. They have
even in Delta State. So I'm just saying that he's going to get 25% in these states. Then we now move up to the north. Whoever he picks as his vice, right, is going to be a determinant. However, many people are still riding on the Obi ticket. And I believe when we start our inroad in the north, he is already known. But we just have to make the message clearer to them and give them reasons why they should vote Peter Obi. By the time we are done with the North, I believe we are going to get the desired win. And I am seeing a runoff between Tinubu and Peter Obi. And when that comes, I believe that Atiku is going to support Peter Obi. And Peter Obi is the next
president. Atiku is not going to support Peter Obi over Tinubu. Atiku is not going to support Peter Obi over Tinubu. Let's just be clear on that.
Okay.
Cannot be the next president. Do you know what this Fulani man has done? If Peter Obi comes in there now, we should be looking at how themselves are. These people are looking at. They are just they are not even putting ears. Like I just feel like they are not putting their concern in this P2B wherever. There is these northern politicians because they are the ones that run Nigeria, whether we like it or not. It's just that we don't want to face the fact we are seeing Nigeria as a like it's for all, but we have set of people that are around this country.
All right. So Solomon, we are going to run the election right now. Not forget February 2023. The Nigerian president is going to emerge right now within the next 20-30 minutes, and you are going to be the returning officer, Solomon. So you are going to decide who the Nigerian president will be. But before you make that decision, let me share this with Joel, because this is something that Alexander Gomez is sharing with you. So Joel, are you still there? Okay, so this is what Alexander Gomez sent in your direction, Joel. So let me just bring that up. So Alexander, I'm sharing this with Joel. So this is what Alexander Gomez sent to me. So it says, can you see that? Can you see that, Joel? Can you not? Are you there, Joel?
Oh, sorry, I muted myself. I was cracking up.
No, Alexander insists that you're a carbon copy of this man. Yeah. It says, Guru, former information minister. Joel looks and sounds like him. It says, insists you look and sound like him. So that's Alexander Gomez's comment to you. So get your pen and paper ready, because you are the returning officer, Solomon, and you are going to decide who presides over Nigeria today, right now. So this is what you are going to do, Joel. So let me present it to you, and then you make the decision. So let's go off to Sokoto State. Who takes Sokoto State? Solomon. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You don't have to get a pen and paper. That was just a comment. So I want to run you through the states, and you tell me who wins them. So let's start with Sokoto State. Who takes Sokoto State? Who takes Sokoto State for you? Can you hear me? Solomon.
PDP State. Can't you hear PDP to state?
Okay,
I can hear you.
All right.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you now. So Sokoto PDP, you said.
I agree.
Yes.
All right. Who takes Zamfara State?
Zamfara.
Yes.
Zamfara. Is the governor of Zamfara State a PDP member?
I don't know.
That is what I'm saying. See, one man, it will be unfair.
It's APC that is controlling Zamfara now. But, you know, we don't know. It might go to PDP or APC.
So you are the returning officer, Solomon, who takes Zamfara State.
Okay. If he's
just give it to APC. Just give it to APC.
Okay, let's say APC will take Zamfara State.
Okay, Balam Buhari's own home state, Katsina, who takes it?
It's APC that is going to take Katsina.
Okay, Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, who takes that?
I'm very sure that APC will take like half of Kano, or if they don't take 70% of Kano, forget about this Kwankwasia movement they are doing. But I think 70% will go for APC.
All right. Who takes Jigawa?
Jigawa. If Jigawa is an APC state, it's APC that will take that state.
All right. Let me actually Nigerian states and their governors. So I think you are wanting to go with the governor. So let's see if I can. Let me see if I can get that for you, and let's see if we can do it in this form. Okay. Let's restart the process, Solomon. Okay, so who takes Abia State? Okezia Akwazu, PDP.
Okezia Ikpeazu.
Yeah.
It is P2B that will take Abia State.
Well, okay, who takes Adamawa, which is a PDP stronghold too? Amadu Fintiri.
It's PDP that will take Adamawa.
All right. Who takes Akwa Ibom? Odom Emmanuel, PDP holding at the moment.
Definitely PDP.
Akwa Ibom, they will take Akwa Ibom.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm not. Maybe I shouldn't even ask you this, but who takes Anambra State? Charles.
Of course, it's P2B now. Right. Anambra people are the donors of the major people donating in this P2B movement.
Oh, okay. Who takes Bauchi State? Bala Mohammed.
I think he's a PDP man or an APC man.
He's a PDP man.
It will be. It's PDP, of course.
Who takes Bayelsa State? Diri, Doye, Diri.
Jonathan is from Bayelsa. Definitely is PDP.
What are you doing?
Who takes Benue State? Samuel Otom.
Samuel Otom is PDP. Benue is a PDP state. They have the figures there. They have David Mark. They have their governor. They have some other persons there. So it's PDP. Even the Terewire family, they are PDP people. And these people are very good philanthropists in their place. They donate very heavily. So it's PDP.
All right. Who takes Borno State? Baba Gana Zulum.
APC, because the governor is really working.
Okay, who takes Cross River State? Ben Ayade.
I think it's the opposition, because Ben Ayade, they are not really happy with him.
Okay, he's APC at the moment. I think he actually crossed carpet, didn't he? So
yeah, and they are not happy with him.
Oh, okay, who takes Delta State? Ifeanyi Okowa, PDP.
Of course, yes.
All right. Who takes Ebonyi State? Dave Umahi, APC.
They are taking it from him. P2B is taking Ebonyi State.
Ebonyi State. Who takes Edo State? Godwin Obaseki, PDP at the moment.
The way I've seen most of the youths, apart from the major youths in Nigeria that are voting for, they are clamoring for P2B, the Edo youths. So I believe
it's a funny thing, but I've noticed that as well.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think the Edos have adopted this guy?
Most of
they even open social media platforms. Why are they adopted him?
In Nigeria, people are another set of people who have people in diaspora, and because of the mindset they've gotten, how exposed the kind of government they've experienced, so they use they are now exposed. They are not being tribalistic anymore. So that is why they are extending hand to P2B.
Do you know what I think? Do you know what I think about the Edos supporting P2B?
No. What do you think?
I think there's somewhat of a resentment, and maybe resentment is too strong of let's say frustration. I think there's somewhat of a frustration from the southeast and some parts of the south that have come to the thought that the Nigerian top politics in the presidential space has come to like a sweetheart deal between the Yorubas and the North, and they are now seeing some sort of thing that these people are just passing it between themselves. So I think they want. Am I being too far-fetched?
No, that is not the point. That is not the point. These people, they have people abroad. Let me tell you, people who want this P2B, regions that P2B, that they want P2B, is people that have traveled out, who are not in Nigeria. They are civilized people. They are already civilized too. They've seen the kind of should I use manifesto P2B is stating that he's good. What he needs to use to carry out his government. So and they buy into that ideology of P2B. So that's why they are.
Can I interject? Is Brownberry?
Carry on.
Okay, Edo people, they are very, very sophisticated. Remember, Edo people were the people that voted, what's his name, Oshomole into power. Okay, so they are not looking. They are just looking for good governance.
That's what I'm saying now, because the people in diaspora in Edo State are influencing the ones at home.
Of course.
That's what I'm saying. We're on the same line. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So and this Peter Obi is in the whole of Edo State, even to the villages, everywhere.
They buy into his ideology.
They are sewing uniforms for old women with Labour Party with Peter. I mean, and they are sending a lot of money home. The same thing they did for Obaseki when Shomole was fighting him. It was the diasporans that put their heads together and make sure that he won that election. Peter Obi is just 99%. Even the APCs and PDP influencers in Edo State, they've already given up. They've given up. They couldn't because whenever they are on their station, nobody's coming. Everybody's going there say Obi. So they've given up now. They've known. Even the governor knows. So it's going to be 100% Peter Obi in Edo State. That's sure.
All right. No, that's not your decision, Brownberry, because you are not the returning officer. Solomon is the returning officer. So, Solomon, who are you giving Edo State to?
It's P2B.
Okay, so there it is. So, Ekiti State, controlled by Kayode Fayemi at the moment.
Ekiti State is APC State.
Ekiti State is APC. You'll be waiting to say that, haven't you? Look at this guy. Okay, so Enugu, Ifeanyi, I'm not going to attempt his last name. PDP.
Is Ifeanyi Ugwanyi.
Ugwanyi, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Is P2B, Labour Party.
All right. Are you sure about that? He's not going to hold the state for his own party.
No, my brother-in-law is from Enugu State. All of them, just like the way the two states that are supporting him more in the southeast, is Enugu. That are really strong in him. Because if I the three states, I feel I know is Enugu, Imo, and Anambra.
All right. So let me rush you through again because I've lost count of. So Abia, you gave to Peter Obi, right?
Yeah.
Adamawa, you did not. Akwa Ibom, did you give to Peter Obi?
Akwa Ibom, no.
Anambra, you gave to Peter Obi, so that's 2.
Yes.
Did you give Bayelsa to Peter Obi?
No.
All right. Cross River, did you give it to Peter Obi?
I gave it to APC.
Right.
No, but P2B has share in that. I think let me give it to APC and the Labour Party. Let me just say 50-50.
Give 50-50. All right. Yeah. So, and Delta States you gave to
100% or 80% PDP.
All right. And Ebonyi State
is Labour Party.
All right. So that's 3. So and Edo State you are giving to Peter Obi. So that's 4. So Ekiti State, of course. So Enugu State, who are you giving that to?
P2B.
So that's 5. Yeah. All right. So now, so I think we may well be done with Peter Obi already. But Gombe State, who are you giving Gombe State to? Mohammed Yahaya.
Is it APC?
It's an APC state.
Yeah, APC is taking it. There is nothing. In fact, all the northern states give it to P2B. Let's not deceive ourselves here.
All right.
The northern states are going to are going to APC and PDP. APC and PDP, sorry.
All right. The next state, I want you to think very carefully and don't go for the immediate thought that comes to your mind, only because the governor of that state is very influential. So Imo State, Hope Uzodinma, who are they going to?
If Imo State, if APCC vote in Imo State, you know that man he put his own figure there because Imo State are going to definitely vote for P2B.
All right, so that's number 6. Jigawa State, Mohammed Abubakar Badaru, he was one of the people that stepped down for Tinubu.
Those people are Jigawa. Is for Tinubu now. Don't you see the way they are following Tinubu?
Kaduna State El Rufai, he would definitely hold the state, but or will he? Who would they?
El Rufai has even addressed at Tinubu as Mr. President.
So are you sure they're not going for P2B?
They are not going for P2B. What? They are not going for P2B.
All right. Kano State, Abdullahi Ganduje, APC holding at the moment. Is it going to P2B?
No, Kano State will be between between
APC
Ganduje and Kwankwaso.
Right.
But APC is going to have more votes than in Kano State than Kwankwaso's party.
So yes, because they beat him the last time, did they? Katsina State, Buhari's own home state, Aminu Masari, the governor at the moment.
There is something I want to say. If the Northerners used to reason like the Southerners, APC is not even supposed to have one vote in Katsina. I saw one hospital. I saw their healthcare center on TV. You will say, is this where the president is from? But they will use religion and based on their ethnicity and deceive and tell them go and vote for APC. So
don't embarrass Baba, Abi. Don't embarrass Baba. He mustn't lose.
You need to see this place. If they are behaving like, if they really want the change, like the way the South, especially the South, the Southeast, the people in the Southeast are clamoring for change. They will not vote for APC, but you will still see them voting. APC will still win the state. So let's just go to the next state.
All right, Kebbi State, Abubakar Bagudu, APC,
and that is where this man is from, Malami. So he is APC.
All right. The youngest governor at the moment, that's what they call him. I think he's still under 50, I would say. Kogi State, Yahaya Bello.
Yahaya Bello promised Tinubu to mobilize the youths. He has promised Tinubu he's going to mobilize the youth for him. And you know Dino Milaye is from but Yahaya Bello. But Kogi people too they still want people to be some of them.
You think so?
Want people to be, yeah, like let me say like 50% of
what is their? Are they not Igbira or Igala or something? What's their ethnic?
They have different ethnicity. They have Igala. They have Igbira. They have
Igbira. Yeah.
They have Igbo, part of Igbo. The side. So they have different ethnicities.
They have Yoruba.
I don't want Tinubu to win. No. They're saying that
don't worry about what they will say anything. This is the reality.
But I'm just saying facts. It's reality that we're just saying.
We are talking about. But let just to buttress you. I think Yahaya Bello, he actually recently sent a message to Peter Obi, which Peter Obi should be worried about. So I hope you are in front of a screen. Are you in front of a screen? Because I want to show you Yahaya Bello's message.
I'm watching.
All right. So this is what Yahaya Bello is sending to Peter Obi.
Anytime I see this guy, I'm always laughing. The kind of confidence this guy has had in this primary elections. The thing was very funny.
I don't know what they breed. I don't know what they feed them in Kogi State, but that is where Dino is from, and that is their governor. They're just like Baba Salah sort of people. They're just clowns all the way through. But who are you giving Kogi State to returning officer?
APC is going to vote for Kogi State.
Kwara State,
because Kogi State, most of the people. Let me tell you something. These things I'm predicting here is how the people in those states are benefiting from the government that we need to still be looking into.
They're not benefiting in Kogi.
No. I'm talking about most of the people. Do you hear? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Most of the people, the house I'm staying in Abuja is Yahaya Bello's person that owns the property. So even when Yahaya Bello was trying to, during the primaries, they were all praying for Yahaya Bello to win that, to be the flag bearer. But as he's no longer flag bearer, they are going to support him. Because they will support whoever he supports. Yahaya Bello has given his
back into Tinubu.
Yeah.
All right. Let me move you on. Kwara State, Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, APC holding at the moment.
Although that place is no, P2B don't have vote there. P2B is not going to see vote there.
But surely, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Lagos State, that's going to Peter Obi surely. Lagos
yes,
State.
Yes. Tinubu will not see any vote in
Lagos State.
Lagos State.
Are you sure about that?
It's not, except they will do what they just did now in this PVC collection that they sent thugs.
Don't worry. I think Tinubu will hold Lagos State. No question about that.
But the governor there is his boy, so definitely they will give their own numbers.
Yeah, with the governor.
Let's not underrate him. Let's not underrate
MC Oluomo and the rest of them.
Let's not underrate the power of a governor in the state. Yeah, governors will always do.
Nasarawa State, Abdullahi Sule, APC.
It's APC, where the party chairman is from, where the governor himself. The governor, if you see the way he's talking here, the people, I think they're happy with himself when he's talking on channels or when they are interviewing him. He's very confident of his state, and they will give it to him.
Niger State, APC. Niger State, Abubakar Bello, APC.
Niger State. They will give it to him. Those places will give they will give the vote to APC.
So Ogun State, Dapo Abiodun, the Eleyi of Ogun State, APC.
Ogun State people, they P2B will still have vote in Ogun State too.
Yeah, but who takes the state?
It's the APC that will take the state.
Ondo State, Rotimi Akeredolu, APC.
Ondo people too are enlightened, just like the way. But I've noticed something about Ondo people. They are still tribalistic. Let's forget the fact that I'm not talking about their youth. I'm talking about their like the parents there. Most of them, they will want to vote for their people.
The elders.
Yes.
Yes.
So
the older
people.
So where are you giving it to?
I will give it to APC.
Osun State, Gboyega Oyetola, who is, by the way, Tinubu's cousin, APC. Who are they going with?
PDP will still have votes in Osun State too because of their Adeleke family.
But who takes the state?
I will not predict now till after this election that they're about doing.
All right. Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, PDP.
The governor I heard is doing well in the state, so definitely it might be. Well, Oyo is like the heart of Yoruba land. I don't know about how they are, but I think Oyo will go for their son.
All right. Plateau State, Samuel Lalong, APC.
APC, of course.
River State, Yemson Wike, PDP.
But Wike, Obi will have voting in River State, but it will not get. Let me give him 30%.
Who takes it? PDP, APC.
PDP is taking it.
Sokoto State, Aminu Tambuwal, PDP.
Yeah, Tambuwal.
Who takes it?
Yeah, it is PDP that is taking Sokoto.
Taraba State, Darius Ishaku, PDP.
Of course, PDP will be there too.
Yobe State, former chairman of the party, Malabuni, APC.
And,
so he was.
And Shetima is from there too.
Yes, Yobe State.
APC is taking that state.
Zamfara State, Bello Mataweli, APC.
APC will take those northern states. Nothing is changing. If this movement go reach there no matter. And please, people going for house to house campaign, they should be careful.
Don't knock on any door in Kwano State. Oh, you'll be top of your head. They will behead you. Don't worry about that.
Please,
You
my
go
people.
you go to Sokoto Central. Yeah, say
Also,
we are saying
don't worry.
Don't worry.
Sorry,
We are going with the message of love.
Sorry,
That was right. That was
my brother. See, my bros might tell you something, bro. I beg. These people don't be like, even for Abuja, even though they bike people, forget say Tinubu na Muslim man, Atiku na Muslim. Even bike people say they go vote for Atiku, leave Tinubu. And say bike get population for all these states too. They talk. They go vote for, yes, I'm telling you facts. But you should be careful in going to this northern states.
They're also hungry. Don't worry on how we're going to go about it.
All right. Returning Officer Solomon, your final verdict. The Federal Capital Territory. Bello Mohammed is the principal, whatever he is, mayor of that space. So who takes that? Abuja.
Lebo.
Abuja, yeah.
APC is holding it at the moment.
Wait, the Abuja, yeah. I think it's between Atiku and Labour.
All right. So you can see then when people are saying all this P2B, so it doesn't,
this call northern state, this call northern state.
You've just made Tinubu president, you know that, but there it is.
Let me say something. I want to say something. There is this saying that you can take a horse to the water to the river, but you can't force it to drink water. That is what these northern people are. That is who they are. You can't come to preach. What you want to preach to them? When you go,
you know where Damaturu is. You go to Damaturu, you are telling them to be. They will stone you on the streets. They will stone you.
You guys remember that
we say
Obasanjo won elections in the north. The north is not as static as you guys think.
All right.
They are not as static as you guys think. Remember, Tinubu is also picking a Muslim people.
Do you know why Obasanjo won? Do you know why Obasanjo won? Do you know how he won? Do you know how he won? The entire leadership in the north. The entire leadership in the north put their weight behind him, and they passed the message round downward that this is the person that you should go and vote for. That is what gave Obasanjo that victory.
The people are going to vote against those people that have put them in bondage.
Okay. Can we just let Solomon hold on? Let Solomon finish his job. So, returning Officer Solomon, your final verdict: the President of Nigeria 2023.
And I don't pray for him.
Don't break up. Don't break up. Tell us properly. Your system is breaking up. Don't break up now. No. We are losing you. We can't hear you. We can't hear you anymore. So that it is.
Obedient, don't go tap your internet. They don't interrupt your internet. They don't want you to talk.
No.
Don't worry.
Obedient don't want you to announce the result of the election.
One man. Forget P2B. We can hear you now. So your final verdict, please, returning Officer Solomon. You don't freeze again. Look at that. This is Joel of Nashville or using American technology to rig election. Are you rigging election already? Look at this guy. You are using American technology to rig election. This is what Russia did to you the last time.
Hello, one man. Can I quickly?
Yes. If you can hear Solomon, okay. We can hear you now. Just give us your final verdict because your system is breaking now. Soros, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Soros, okay. We can hear you. Soros, okay.
Okay, I for Tinubu to win. Can you hear?
No, we can't. Is the short answer to that? All right, and there it is. That is well done, Joel. You've used American technology to make election. But we all know this is what they did to Abiola the last time. When they were calling the results, they just suddenly did what Joel did.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah, people in diaspora are really trying. They really want this change. They want to bring back that development, that system of government, as in that kind of thing, they are in the infrastructures and the kind of life they're enjoying in overseas. They want to bring it down to Nigeria. Yeah, but the people we are sharing this country with, I don't want to say they are adamant to this kind of, like, they don't want to, they are resistant to this kind of ideology our people in diaspora want to bring. But what we need to do, only the South cannot do this thing alone. Only not only one region can do this thing alone. It's the full South that can do this thing for us to take power out from the hands of these northern people. Tinubu, with this thing I said, this is fact. I'm not talking out of sentiment, or it's just the truth that I just told you now. The northern state will remain for who is their governor. They will remain for that person. They are not changing that person. They remain for that person. That is this prediction I gave. I just feel that is how it might play, or it will play.
All right,
so
brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I think Alexander Gomez agrees with you. Hold on. It says, I am impressed with Solomon. Good job. You know your opinion. So that's Alexander Gomez applauding your
onions. Onions.
Is that onions? Sorry, onions. Yeah. Sorry.
One
you know your onions. Yeah. All right. So thank you for super. Go on. Carry on.
It's Brownberry. Can I quickly just sweep through? I'm not going to take time. I'm just going to sweep through. Okay.
Go on.
The Southeast states is state. South, Labour, except Delta, because they are going to try to fight for that. These are my opinion. I want us to write this down. Whoever is writing it down. Then Southwest is Tinubu. Southwest is APC. Northeast, I will believe Northeast is going to be APC apart from Adamawa and Bauchi. Okay, Adamawa and Bauchi. PDP will take Adamawa, PDP will take Bauchi. Then North Central, which is Middle Belt, Labour will take. What's the name? Labour will take. What's the name of this governor? Ishaku. What's the name of the name of Darius Ishaku? Taraba. Labour will take Taraba. Labour will split PDP. Labour will split with PDP in Benue. And APC will take the rest of it.
No, what's leading you to this thought? Why are you going there? What's informing that?
Solomon just gave his opinion. I'm also giving mine. We're just forecasting, right?
Solomon is vested in antecedent now. Yours is in sort of like a wishful thinking. Is this wishful
all right,
thinking?
okay, let me take. Okay. Why? Because most people from Taraba, they don't want to go back to Fulani. I'm just telling you, they are not going back to. Really? They are not going back to. They rather. I'm telling you the fact. They are not going back there. Neither.
Can I interject?
Oh, why you say that's what they told me? I'm telling by you mind that you don't like what I'm saying.
No, I'm just asking what you're basing it on. Is that what
I just based on something because I just based on the terror they are facing. So the killing they are facing, that's what I'm basing it on. That's what I'm basing play 2 on. Play 2 might go to Tinubu. I believe it will go to. I'm sorry.
By that logic, on those states should go to Labour too, especially after what happened.
No. I'm just saying.
You're basing it on dream.
I have not finished. Is Tinubu still going to win the election? Tinubu is still going to win the election. But I'm telling you what, that PDP will not get enough. PDP is dead already. Okay, but it's going. This battle is between Tinubu.
In the southeast, yes, but nowhere else, according to returning officer Solomon. Have we lost you? Yes, everybody is driving at the moment. I don't know. Ajanle Koko was driving too. Are you back home now, Ajanle Koko?
I'm not driving now.
Okay.
So the south as well is for Obi. It's not only southeast.
Okay.
And I just want to talk about Can I talk about Wike, please? Can I talk about Wike?
Yeah, go on. Let's say about Wike. Go on. Tell us about Wike.
Okay. Solomon was telling us that Wike is a party man. Come on, man. Wike is no longer a party man. Okay. Wike, if Peter Obi was in the picture, Wike would have been negotiating with Tinubu already. Wike want this presidency to come to the south. He doesn't even care. He doesn't even care about party anymore. Yeah, let's just forget that.
Is that what he told you?
Body language, my brother. Body language.
It's just wishful thinking, is what it is.
Okay,
he's coming down because his people like Asari Dokubo came out 2 days after that primaries and was saying things like job people are not happy with him. He's just trying to put himself in form, like trying to figure out his mistakes. It's not him going to decamp to another party.
He's not decamping, but he's going to work. He's going to work against the party.
He's not working for. He's not working against the party.
See, we are all alive.
If Wike is going to insist on a southern presidency, it's not going to go with Peter Obi, of course, because we know he dislikes him, and he doesn't even rate his chances. So he will go with Tinubu. So really,
you still say David Umahi that went to see him too. He wants to because the same way he insulted Peter Obi, that is how he insulted David Umahi. So you still say he's going to still work against Peter Obi or work against PDP for David Umahi, or this one Kwankwaso came now. It's not this them visiting him is not. It doesn't show anything, or the fact that PDP fucked him up in the both tickets.
No, mind the language.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That they messed him up in the both, like in the presidency and the vice president. It doesn't say anything about. Doesn't mean he's going to carry his vote or he's going to work against it, but he's not. He's not going to.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Solomon. Solomon, let me read out Alexander's super chat, who seems to be delighting in your commentaries and is super chatting to applaud you. It says that Solomon's prediction is exactly how the final result will pan out, in my opinion. Tinubu will be the next president of Nigeria. Wike made it easy. So there it is. Solomon's prediction is exactly how the final result will pan out, in my opinion. Tinubu will be the next president of Nigeria. Wike made it easy. And perhaps Peter Obi even made it easier. But thank you for the super chat. Tinubu must remember to send a crate of champagne to Peter Obi when he becomes president, because
Wike made it easy. Wike made it easy. There is something behind that word. There's something behind that letter that Gomez just wrote. I want him to expand on it.
It's because Wike would have been the person from the south that would stand with that can stand Tinubu. That is why he made that word. It's not that it's because of the fact that Wike will be the person that can stand him.
All right. Let's go to Baba Akure, who's now with us. I did try to join you. I did try to come to you earlier, Baba Akure, but I couldn't get hold of you. So you may well have stepped away from your system. I wonder how much of the conversation you have been following. But where we were, yeah, go on.
Actually, I was in the meeting, so that's why I couldn't join, and I sent you a message that I will join you in a moment.
All right. Okay, brilliant. Okay. Yeah. Okay, now I see it. Yes, there it is. So back to the conversation then, Baba Akure. You were here all the way through the earlier sessions when we have been talking about what's happening in Yobe North Senatorial District. When Bashir Machina won a primary fair and square, he got 280 something out of 300 delegates. So you don't get more categorical than that. But it looks as though they tried to diddle him out of that victory. But INEC has now corrected that. They've released now the list of people that will be participating in elections, and notable Ahmed Lawan's name not there, and more to the point, Bashir Machina's name on the ticket. So the right thing done. Does this now mark the end now of the rubber stamp Senate president? You're muted. Are you with us? Or?
Oh
yes. Go on.
All right. So I think it is the right thing to do for the INEC, at least for once. I think that's a very good development, because it doesn't really matter either the man is going to do, because to me I don't really think he's going to do anything anyway, different from them. But at least he is the person that the people wanted. So let it be. Don't force anybody on anybody. And you see the national chairman of APC,
Abdullahi Adamu.
Exactly. I think that man is a very funny man anyway. And his story is not new, because this is the person that was involved in a lot of $1 million or billion of nairas case, and he is trying all means to just force people on people. Look at what happened during at Tinubu, convention. He single-handedly want to impose the same Lawan on other candidates.
Do you think he has cut a deal with that Lawan?
I strongly believe so. And the funniest part of it is that I think they really promised this man at that time. They thought that nobody's going to go against their will and stuff like that. And now that they notice that, okay, well, it is not working, that one is closed, then they have to pull the ticket away from Bashar. Is it Bashar, right? They want to take that by force, making sure that this man get the ticket. But I'm not going to say his political ambition is done. He can still get ministerial appointment. He can still become ambassador, and also he could still come back, but not in this dispensation anyway. But if Tinubu win the election, they could make him maybe ambassador to.
I don't think Tinubu will make him anything, but because I think Tinubu resents the fact that he did not step down, and he also resents the fact that they tried to use him to cheat him.
That is true anyway. But if he worked very well, if he reached consensus with Tinubu, and it worked very well for him this time around, I think they will still give him something. These people are just parties. We can be shouting here and talking that this is not going to happen, that is not going to happen. Eventually, they know where they always meet themselves and exchange and go to club and let's meet in the club, and they exchange beer and they enjoy themselves. So I still don't believe that he will not get anything in this if eventually Tinubu win the election, but it may take some time again for him to come back to really get a big thing, like maybe come back as a senator or whatever. I don't think it will take some years, or alternatively it could be the end of his political career. So that is my take on that.
All right, still within that space, Baba Kure, a lot of big heads rolled when INEC released the list of people that will be contending. Dave Umahi of Ebonyi State, who secretly procured senatorial forms, he did not make it. And a more prominent name, Godswill Akpabio, who was always posing around the House of Assembly. He's not going to be posing in 2023. So a lot of heads roll. The next assembly, Baba Kure, is going to have a totally different coloration from what it's been since 1999. They say close to half of the people might not even return.
Okay, and I think that is a very good idea. So it shows that people really taking revenge. Though we might see we could see now that it started within the party, but I strongly believe that since we have been seeing the changes now, even within the party, I think that is going to reflect in the next election. Is going to manifest in the next election. Like people have been making us, things is going to be changed, and they are going to take over the old. I think it could well happen, because there is one man in Akure North, Akure South Senatorial District. Even the way the man was, according to information, the way he's so good to everybody, getting things done. You know that this man failed. He couldn't even secure the seat. so a lot of them, like you said, will not come back. Even this, if the only problem we are having right now is that if Peter Obi, let me just say, all this small party, if they can put themselves together, they will pull shock from these people, because I can see that people really tired of them anyway. I think people really tired. So what you see in the party right now is going to manifest when that election comes. I'm not saying that the people will not send their vote. People will still send their vote, but it's not going to be business as usual. That like, PDP dominate the whole thing, APC dominate the whole thing, and they just do anyhow. They just feel like they are above the war, they are above the law, and they just pass anything that comes on their table. It's not going to be like that, and we will be very glad if we can see that, where two parties have to march together, so that there will be no rubber stamp. Because you know that if the other party doesn't support you, there is no way you can pass any law. There is no way you can pass any bill. There is no way you can misappropriate money. There is no way you can just take loan from China without being accountable, without being reasonable about the loan we want to get. So we are looking, and we'll be very happy to have that. Maybe when we have that, maybe we have solution to the problem of Nigeria, and we can scrap this issue of Senate and all kind of nonsense that is going on. Or maybe they will just have to pay them for sitting, maybe once in a month, rather than just take bag of money, bag of dollars home every single day. So that is my take on that.
All right, brilliant, Babakure. So, Babakure, let me take you to this space. Kwakwanso in closed-door meeting with Wike. So, Wike has suddenly turned to the babe of the Nigerian political space. Everybody going to toast him in his own house. So, the first person that went to toast him, Dave Umahi, to say, come to APC. And then Pete Obi, he also went with flowers. But it looks as though it was champagne that Kwakwanso took this time around. But now, all these visitations to Peter Obi's, to Wike's home, what politics, because Wike is allowing all of these things to go out in the public space, and he is a senior member of the PDP. So what do you think is signaling to his party first and to the political space second?
Based on what we have seen in the last few days, it could be that Wike is considering of crossing carpet, because remember he was the second in command during convention. At least he's the second to Atiku, and I think that it would have been the best. It would have been the best vice president for the election. However, they choose Okowa, because to me, I still don't see the relevancy of Okowa. Hold on. So I don't see the relevancy of Okowa as a vice president. Though some people might defend him, but to me, I still believe that Wike is more popular than Okowa. That is the truth. But they choose Okowa, so that might cause resentment in between them. And if Wike get a good deal from other party, everybody free to cross from one place to another. So when the time comes, if that place is not favor them, they can cross back again. So that could be what is going on. So Wike might want to cross carpet, and I think the reason why they always come to him, like I said, they know that this guy is at least we might underrate him, is a very powerful person, particularly pulling that vote where we have Bukola Saraki, that we are even expecting that he will even shake Atiku. He couldn't even shake anything. He couldn't even shake Ilorin.
Do you think that's one of the dead careers? Do you think that's one of the careers that will die with this administration, Bukola Saraki?
Well,
because he doesn't have a senatorial ticket, he doesn't have the presidential ticket, so all the money he has stolen, this is the chance to spend it.
Exactly. We now go back to UK and go and sit down and relax himself.
He's an Arsenal man, so he'll be going to the Emirates to watch football.
Yes, to go and watch football. So, things are changing anyway. Things are changing, because if Bukola Saraki has nothing to do now, I don't even think that. So for since 2018, he has not been into any position.
Well, right? Bukola Saraki, you mean? Yeah, no, they kicked him out in 2019.
2019.
That was the end of it. Yes.
And up to now, he has not obtained anything. So then this one now is not going. I think he's done.
All his gamble is on Atiku. So if Atiku wins, then he'll be back. But if Atiku doesn't win, then
that you are right. But if not, that I can tell you that he died. His political career dead. He can only sit down home and then maybe.
Would you be sorry to see him out of politics? Would you be sorry to see him?
Why would I be sorry for him? He already amassed enough words from Nigeria. Remember, his father was governor of Kwara State 2 times. He was governor of Kwara State 2 times. Then he went to Senate. I think he was in Senate for like 8 or 12 years. So what else does he want? What else? So,
but how will he be able to keep up with the lifestyle that is accustomed to when he doesn't have $3 anymore? You don't feel sorry for that?
No, I'm sorry. When these people put us in abject poverty and they run the country aground, that you don't even have good road to drive, nothing, no electricity. In fact, I don't really care about them. I don't care about them because they don't care about us. So whoever they want to go to jail whoever they want to jail in UK, they can jail them. Whoever they want to jail in US, they can jail them. That's their own cross. We carry our own cross. They have to carry their own cross too. So I think Bukola Saraki, he is done. If he doesn't get anything, if Atiku does not win the election, it means his political career done. So he needs to go back to UK and sit down. That is all. So then the new breed will come up again. So that is it. But let's go back to the issue of Wike. I think Wike is maintaining his stature. So I think that is why everybody is coming to do Rakadede for him. Particularly the number of votes that he pulled at that time. Had they been eastern part of Nigeria, they really voted for. Let's just put south. Let's say they vote for him massively. It would have beat.
Where do you think he's going to point his support? Because we know he's going to hold his state because he has already secured that state. But where do you think he's going to give his state to? So a lot of people are saying that Wike is one of the leading voices of power must come to the south. But the presidential candidate of his party is a northerner, and he contested and he felt betrayed somewhat. But you have Peter Obi also in play. So out of all of that, where do you think Wike is going to point his constituent vote, which is essentially state? Who do you think he will give his state to in 2023?
Well, to me, it is very hard for me to really talk much about that, because remember, we don't know what happened between him and Peter Obi, because remember, Peter Obi went to his government house and met him. I don't know, I don't know what they talk about. So you see all these politicians, they are very funny. Maybe he might just be watching Peter Obi to see how many crowd that he will pull before he will just declare for him undergroundly. So you never can really tell. He might really want to go with Peter Obi.
Some people are suggesting that he might want to go with Tinubu. One, because he doesn't especially like Peter Obi, and more to it, he doesn't rate that Peter Obi will ever become president. And he is one of the leading proponents of power coming to the South, which only then leaves Tinubu as the only place for him to park.
Well, if power has to come to the South, it has to me, I think the power truly, the power is supposed to go to the East. So if their governors don't want to support Peter Obi, we're too bad. That is it. But for me, because even most leaders in Yoruba land, like Pa Adebanjo and stuff, and Pa Edwin Clark, all these people, they say, well, it has to come to the South. However, in that South, it has to go to the East. If somebody from East now pick up the ticket, and you think it's not going to win, and because of that you mess him up, well, so bad. Because the same Peter Obi that we're still talking about, I strongly believe if eastern part of Nigeria declare their vote for him, and he can gather some vote from the Southwest, because we have a lot of Igbo in the Southwest. If you can gather, if all those Igbos that can vote for him, and he can put some in the North, particularly if he and Kwakanso, if they can match, I still see them pull shock. That is my own opinion anyway. I could be wrong, but that if eastern part of Nigeria could support Peter Obi very well, and he can put some vote from the western Nigeria, Southwest, and little from the North, I think it will be fine. That is my take.
That sounds like some Alasepo sort of politics, a little bit of here.
Well, because people really want change. People are very hungry. To me, I don't think it is because of Peter Obi.
I don't think people want change in Nigeria, Bakure. I think people only say they want change because they are being told by people like yourself that they want change. They are quite happy the way they are.
I'm not really going to.
I've never met an unhappy Nigerian ever.
Actually,
even internationally, they say Nigerians are the happiest.
Actually, they are not wrong. Even with all the calamity that befall on Nigeria, people will still find a way of making themselves happy. You see that they shot one video where they will do something to make themselves happy. They just forget about their sorrow, and they like Sonia they said. Dance, forget your sorrow. One of the songs in 1980s.
Yes.
So
as much as they are saying that there's that they are suffering in Nigeria, I don't know if Friday that there's every street is not 10
they have to have a Wambe party. So they always make themselves happy, but at the same time, we are here, we like that too, because we don't have that opportunity here. We want to go back home. But we want to make it at least as nice as it could
we
be.
want to have London, Canada in Nigeria is what we want. But Nigerians, they are happy with.
Exactly, because look at what happened in Ekiti. If they are, like you rightly said, if they are not happy, why do they have to collect 30,000?
And those girls that we saw in that clip, they did not look unhappy. They did not look unhealthy. They did not look like they are suffering. They look like babes.
You can even see how they shake the money, and they even happy, and they whine their body on the video. So, but we want good Nigeria. So, like I said, we can underrate Peter Obi. But to me, if I would really say, it's not that I'm expecting anything from him as well, but I really want him to just put shock. So just change the narrative that okay, it's not APC or PDP alone that can rule Nigeria. Pull shock and scatter everything and let us, so that these APC people and PDP, they can have sense. They can, oh well, boy, I think we need to do better, because people are really getting back at us now. And I still see that will still happen. That will still happen. They will get surprised in 2023. It's not going to be business as usual. And also, I think you mentioned something yesterday, like 600, because I left yesterday. I didn't even contribute yesterday. That 600.
Yes, I tried to come to you as well yesterday, but you carry on though. Yeah, go on. Yeah, 640,000 new registrants, new voters. Yeah, in Lagos, that is.
So if where people can go to Inec office and bombard the place and even almost tear the place down, I would be so glad if the same way they channel their power to get voters ID, I hope they can channel their energy to vote on election day, and they will vote their conscience without being paid, getting 10,000 naira and cook pot of soup.
Baba Kore, I think well, I share your optimism, but I think we both know that it's misplaced. We've always, I think you will somewhat agree that I personally have always been of the view that the Nigerian voter is corruptible and easily bought. But they were trying to sway me somewhat that people are fed up with the suffering. But when I saw what happened in Ekiti State, that reaffirmed to me that, look, all of these things that we're hearing is just internet noise. Because when it comes to the realness of it, those girls, they are not strange, or they are not an anomaly, or it wasn't unusual. That was pretty much all of them. Those girls, that's what they were all doing now.
Do you want to tell me that those young girls, do you want to tell me that they are not in higher institution? Or if
they are 19 to 23 now, so they'll be in some polytechnic university.
Exactly, and they don't really, they don't care.
So, and that is the demography that they are telling us is bringing the change.
Exactly, and I can tell you, the money we still run things in 2023 is just that election will be much more little bit free. It's not going to be like one thug just come to one polling booth and shoot sporadically and take the ballot box away from there, or they didn't allow people to vote. So it's going to be a little bit different from that, but people will still get money and they vote and they are not going to vote the right person. They are not going to vote for their conscience, because we've already seen that in Ekiti State. And you see, yesterday I was asking questions that, don't you think that those people that double registered, don't you think that they are trying to make some point? And to me, in my own view, if they can beat that, the system, what they are planning to do is to sell the second voter's ID for money. Because I don't see any reason why why you are trying to register 2 times if you don't have a motive behind of double registration. So if they can beat this,
but Baba, that is not even possible now, because the biometric capture that INEC is doing now will easily detect if you double register. You see, so but like you are saying, those that double registered have ulterior motive, to sell their vote.
Exactly. That is the motive. That is the motive behind it, because I don't see any reason why somebody you have voters ID and you register first time and you want to re-register again. So something must be behind it just to sell it for money.
Is it in the southeast? Is it in the southeast that they are double registering to
one man? It is happening all over Nigeria. It is happening all over Nigeria. You cannot say it's alone. Even if you go to Akure North, you will see people that is registered. You want to register 2 times. If you go to Akure South, if you go to Ikere, if you go all over, because people just no. We really need our sanity to come back. Sanity to come back to Nigeria. We really need that to come back to Nigeria, so that we can trust our system. We can trust ourselves. We can believe in ourselves. It is sad.
All right, brilliant, Babakure. Well put. So, Babakure, let me acknowledge Dolapo Majekodumi's super chat, and then I want to go on to Kulata as we go into the deep hours now of the session. And this is what Dolapo had to say. He says, "Don't joke with the Northerners. Ateko will win." So, thank you for the super chat, Dolapo. I think he was speaking to that space then, when Solomon was doing his returning officer duties and summarily pronounced Tinubu president. And pretty much that's likely how it's going to happen. So Peter Obi, of course, will hold on to his home base, which will then give Tinubu the presidency. But that is the permutation. But do you concur with that permutation, Kulata? Kulata, are you there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Solomon made my night. I think there was one Peter Obi supporter that always goes on like Peter Obi. I can't remember his name. Something in Nashville. It's very eloquent. Joel. Yeah. I love the way he defends Peter Obi. It makes me kind of like go, wow, I wish I could believe what he's saying.
Guru of our time.
Man, his mouth is so sweet. It was just going on and on. But when Solomon started breaking it down, I was like, well, this is what I've been trying to tell these people. Kosono, there's no route there. So really, Peter Obi, and we're talking about an election that's still 8 months. So there's still a lot of time to tear Peter Obi into pieces. Because right now, a lot of his lies, he makes all these unnecessary lies, like I only wear 2 shoes. I only have 1 wristwatch. You can see his wristwatch changing. You can see his 2 shoes. Why are you doing all this? Well, I guess that's part of his image. But everybody now, they're busting.
But why would you even say that? We all know that he's a billionaire. So why? What is he doing by saying things like that?
Is the image? Is that petty kind of like, oh, I'm a simple guy. I'm not corrupt. I'm not driven by all these worldly material things. All I want to do is just have safekeeping of your money. So you see, that sells. People just ignore the facts and just like look at that package. So that is his package, and I don't blame him because it's a winning package for the people that want to buy it. But right now, Peter Obi supporters are kind of like deviating into the IPOP sector. So you now see
they are predominantly Apobians now.
Yeah, but before you still see a lot of like liberal Yoruba and like abroad people kind of like, hey, Peter Obi is this is that. But now when you look online, you know the way they used to insult people during that kind of period. That is what I'm just observing all that now, that over time it will just be left with very few core.
It'll be the hardcores, yeah.
Hardcores. So, and when everybody is saying it's going to carry the East, in 2003, Ojukwu versus Obasanjo beat Ojukwu in the East, in every single state. So, are we even sure Peter Obi is going to carry the East the way everybody is kind of like?
You see, I am not sure, but I just don't want to. Sorry, Kulata. I am not sure that he will sweep the East, but I just don't want the palaver of the argument. That's why I'm not sure that he will sweep the East.
I'm not sure.
I know how the East votes in the presidential election, and I know how they vote gubernatorial. It's different.
But Ojukwu's own is presidential. Obasanjo was on PDP. Ojukwu was APGA. And Ojukwu could not beat Obasanjo in any single state, including Anambra in 2003. So how
that's what I'm telling you, that presidential has always been PDP, you know what I mean, in Eastern Zone. Presidential has always been PDP. Then in Anambra, Guba has always been APGA. You can there, it has not changed. So in the when you come to presidential, it's always PDP in the Eastern Zone. But now the whole East, which is the stronghold of PDP, they are not going to vote PDP this time because their own is coming out. And not just that their own is coming out, but their own, who they perceive to be credible, is coming out. You know,
I will want to cross my fingers to really see what happens.
Did you see what happened in Imo State? Is it yesterday or 2 days ago? When the Archbishop of Owerri is doing like installation, they installed the new Archbishop. Dignitaries came. A lot of people came all over the country. And this guy was there. Uzodinma, Hope Uzodinma was there. P2B was there. When Hope was mentioned, people did not like clap. When the name of P2B was mentioned, people clap up to the point where the bishop started saying, "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay." In fact, I felt at that time I pitied for Hope Uzodinma because I felt maybe a governor was present, but people left the governor and was like crowding P2B.
But Hope Uzodinma is scandalous now. The way he even entered the office self is like with all sorts of.
That is what I'm telling you. So that is what I'm telling you. The Eastern Zone, their voting pattern is quite different. I wish every other part of the country votes like that. They look at somebody that they feel this person is credible. If P2B is not, if you want to know whether the Eastern people will vote their own, bring somebody like Okorocha or somebody like Uzodinma and say this person is coming for presidential. Nobody will vote him. People will not even.
But tell me something. What was wrong with Ojukwu at the time he lost to Obasanjo in the East? Was he not credible?
During the time of Obasanjo, you know how votes. One, during that time, PDP, you know how they do their rigging. It was not the electoral system is not as sophisticated as it is today. One, so that could be a factor. Then another factor that time is that this political apathy, people are not actually coming out to vote. So you can use what happened in Anambra during the Guba election to even monitor what could happen. Do you know how much that was shared by APC and all those people in Anambra? But people said it must be Soludo and no other person. So people were voting. People were giving money. They rejected it just because they wanted to vote Soludo. The voting pattern in the East is different. I must tell you the truth.
I'll cross my fingers. Now, I want to talk about this guy quickly. What's his name? Wiki. I kind of, my reading for Wiki is different. Everybody is saying what will Peter Obi offer Wiki, or what will Kwakwanso offer Wiki? Remember that if Atiku and Okowa, if they lose, definitely PDP will have no choice next time but to go to the south. Wiki stands the most, is in the best position to benefit in the next cycle. That's if he still has money and influence. So I don't see him from a strategic point of view to align with Obi. What is he going to gain with Obi? Both of them want the same thing. And I don't see why he should align with Kwakwanso, because you're kind of like leaving a bigger structure to a smaller structure, just taking chances. So he stands a better shot if he stays neutral, swallow his pride, stays neutral, hopes Atiku loses. And if Atiku loses, the next fight for the next president will somehow be between him and Okowa for next period, if they don't bring another Northerner again, which I don't think PDP will be able to defend that in 2007 if they lose. So you may have a Wike versus Tinubu election in 2007 where Tinubu is frail. Who knows what his sickness will do. Wike may seriously have a shot in 2007 if you look at it from a strategic point of view.
All right, but I think Peter Obi will stand a better chance in 2007. But Okulata, I want to share this with you. This it was really this screen that made me talk Solomon through what that little skits that we just had together. If you look at this screen, can you see it, Kolata?
Yeah.
So this is a map of Nigeria, as you can see, and this whole can you see my cursor? The yellow blue. So from the blue all the way up, that's essentially the northern space of Nigeria. And then the gray bits, that's essentially Yoruba land. And then the green bits is essentially Igbo land, and the pinkish bit, and that's the rest of the other. So when you're talking about the Peter Obi narrative that is sweeping through, when you look at this map, you cannot see it, can you? Can you see the Peter Obi narrative in the map you're looking at?
There's no chance in hell. There's no miracle. There's no, if you're buying a lottery that you said your odds are 1 in a billion. Peter Obi's odds is like 1 in 100 billion, because this is simple arithmetic, people. There's no even need to put emotion in this. If I look at this map, I'm just I just will not bother.
It's just the green bit that is the southeast. And
it's just the green bit.
And then if you look at the blue all the way up, because we went state by state, and you can say whatever your sentiments are, but Solomon somewhat called it right. And you look at the gray bit Yoruba land.
One man, remember what you asked Solomon. You said, let us give the result as at today. Suppose the election is today.
All right.
Suppose the election is today. So there is still months. Let us see how the tide will move. There is still.
Is that Moses?
Is that strategies?
No, that's Saki.
Okay, can you tell me, like, the plans? Like, I want to be a believer in Obi, right? Let me say I want to be a believer. How do you penetrate Jigawa, Kebbi, like all those poor areas, and with the security challenges, and like, how do you even get there to start? How do you get there before you even start talking about Obi?
Yeah, I at least if you are talking about Obi, not like I said, will be challenged. But
if you can't win the north, how can you win the election?
The greater challenge in the north is the core north, not even the north central. North central can be penetrated, So if you're talking about the north, you talk about the core north. And when you come to Kanu, suppose you are even talking about this, like one man is talking about the Igbo narrative. Do you know the number of Igbos in Kanu? Do you know the number of Igbos in Sabongere alone? Then you go to Kaduna. You go to Kaduna.
But that doesn't. But translate that to votes.
5% of the population.
Translate that to votes. How do you translate to the votes?
That is what I'm telling you. At least there are many Igbos in that very Kanu, and there are also many Christians in Kanu. So let's not just make conclusions as at today. So let's forget it. And again, you keep saying the southeast, the southeast, the southeast. You are not even including south. You think P2B is just only southeast narrative. That is what still baffles me. Honestly, there is something I saw in Inec office in Abuja. Either yesterday, there is like this the Inec office. Either yesterday or 3 days ago, I saw it. When people were demonstrating in that very Inec office, saying like PVCs are right. They were shouting Obi in that Abuja Inec office. If you see the population shouting Obi in that Abuja Inec office, so you can imagine, you never can tell what will happen. This 2023 is going to be different from every known permutations. This is how we permutated in Anambra State when Peter Obi came in as governor. Before he came in as governor, nobody knew him. He just came immediately and he got the whole votes swept out, to himself. Nobody knows where he came from.
In 2027, in 2027 for the two big political parties, which group do you think stands the chance of fronting a candidate between Southeast and South? Let's say PDP.
I don't understand what you mean by 2027.
So, assuming the way things look like, it doesn't look like a Southeasterner or anybody from South will be president. So in 2027, when there's another shot between Southeast and South, who stands the better chance of producing someone in one of those top two parties?
It's going to be.
Well, Wike will take PDP if it stays.
If it is PDP, it's going to be somewhere like Wike.
So that's why South may not really fall for Peter Obi, because Southeast is at a natural disadvantage. There are only 5 states. The population is mostly outside the Southeast, and they have the highest voter apathy in the country, the highest. So
not for this time, please, not for this year.
Well, based on past records, I can't tell the future, but I can tell the past.
I think that's a fair comment, from Saki.
I'm telling you, this time don't talk about their apathy this time for this year.
Let's see now.
I know the way people are coming out now in the southeastern zone. You can see what happened. You can also see what happened in Enugu. I think yesterday or 2 days ago again. They were trying to bring down the Inec office just to allow them to register.
If I'm a politician, I will not invest my time in the Southeast because I don't have the numbers are not plenty, and they don't really vote. And then there's going to be people like Simon Ekpa and all that stuff still saying.
Simon Ekpa, nobody is.
And
exactly, Simon Ekpa. Every day he's always saying that there will not be any election.
But would they? No, he say it. Wasn't it what this guy was saying?
And he said he said it's not going to be like Anambra State that they later allowed the election to hold.
Didn't he say the same thing during the time of?
That is what I'm saying now.
And people voted. Wait.
That is what I'm saying. He said that it's not going to be like that.
Okay, when Nnamdi Kanu was championing the whole thing, Nnamdi Kanu said the same thing in 2019. Yeah,
but the voter apathy was very terrible in 2019.
But election held. That is the point. He is now saying there will be no election in the East, but it happened in 2019. So forget
if I may just comment, that voter apathy, Kolata, I think Saki may be right because in previous elections, the voter apathy in the Southeast is essentially the Southeasterners, and correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm from Southeast, anybody, but the Southeast, they had the sense somewhat that they are being used because they had no stake in anything that was being requested of them. So they are not Hausa, they are not Yoruba, they are not anybody that offers any, they are not first or second in any of the permutations. So why should they go out and vote? But this time around, they feel that their son has a real shot. So I think the voter turnout will be the highest probably in percentage terms in the Southeast.
Yes. Are you sure though?
I'm telling you. Fired up now. Can you not hear that they're all fired up?
I mean,
fired up in the Southeast now.
Fired up. A lot of the fired up. Like last time too, everybody was fired up. We don't want Buhari. We're tired of Buhari. But at the end of the day, the voter party was pathetic. I was disappointed in last election because I thought people were really fed up. But at the end of the day, maybe they were too beat up to go and vote.
I'm telling you, but during the last election, 2019, the rates people came out to register in the Southeast. I was in the Southeast that the 2019 we are talking about. People didn't actually come out well to register. I'm telling you the truth. But this time around, for INEC to rise up and say there is a surge in registration in the Southeast, they made that comment. INEC said it this time. There is a surge in the rate of registration in the Southeast.
I saw registration numbers 2 weeks ago, so I hope it's not too old. If Osun State had like 700,000 new registrants, Southeast combined was not up to Osun State, but that was like 2 weeks ago.
What you will say is that it appears INEC is frustrating the process in the Southeast.
Why would you say that though?
Well, because Enugu was demonstrating that they only have one machine. The whole of Enugu, the Enugu INEC office. People were like demonstrating. Why would they have only one machine in Enugu? The same thing, people are complaining in Anambra again. They are complaining. People will come, leave everything they are doing. We will spend the whole day, for more than 3 days. I have people I know that very early in the morning they will go to that very place to register. They will stay there till evening. They will not be able to register. So people were like, is INEC doing this thing like intentionally?
But
They were
since
demonstrating.
when did enrollment start? When did voting enrollment start? For how long has this been open?
It started very long ago. But when P2B, declared
That
this.
was just 3 weeks ago. That was the reawakening.
Yes, the reawakening is just 3 weeks ago.
And let me tell you another problem that everybody will now start screaming victimization. What about all those people that burnt their voters registration card? Now, if they go and register, INEC will flag them as having duplicate entry, and they'll cancel the registration.
They will only ask for a replacement.
They can ask for replacement. They can say it's
okay.
They lost it. They will ask for
all right. I was okay. So thanks for the correction.
And then if you come to South, the only place you will be telling me now is somewhere like Rivers, because of Wike. We don't know what will play out at the end of the day.
Yeah,
but I know that
you will not take Okowa State.
If I may interject one man when you get a chance, please. I'd like to talk about the South.
I was waiting to come to you. I saw you couldn't. So yeah, let's come to you then. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. So Kulata said some things I think are not grounded in any root of fact. One is that the Peter Obi supporters are becoming like IPOB members. Maybe they're attacking.
They are.
Maybe in the rhetoric of attacking people online, you can say that, but in the generality of it, they are not. Because you have to realize that Peter Obi supporters are not exclusively Igbo. And I will say this as someone from the South. Very clearly, they are not exclusively Igbo. His credentials resonate with people in a lot of these places. And a lot of these people are not Igbo, and they're not attacking people online. So that's not it's disingenuous for anyone to say that that these people are becoming like IPOBs.
This is just my own observation.
Yeah, and I'm giving you another perspective based on factual information from a lot of different people, not just in the Southeast or South, even across, especially in the Middle Belt. So and the one thing I'll say about South is this: you mentioned Rivers State. Keep in mind, Wike in Rivers State has issues with a lot of local governments that are not Ekwere. Okay, let me put that in perspective first. You have Ogoni, you have about 6 or 7 Ijaw local governments in Rivers State, and then you have another 6 or 7 Ijaw local governments in Delta State, and then the entirety of Bayelsa is 100% Ijaw. And Pandev, which is the Niger Delta sociocultural group, has come out in favor of an Igbo candidate for president. So Paike Clark and these people are for Obi. So if Obi,
how much influence do they wield?
Pandev is huge, and with Paike Clark being the head of Pandev, that means he has the support of Ijaw National Congress as well as Ijaw Youth Council. So those people are very powerful, especially in those local governments I called. So if keep in mind, there's something most people don't understand about the South. The Ijaws are the largest ethnicity in South. So if Paike Clark is already in favor, they can sway a lot of votes, not all of the votes, because you have to also keep in mind that Oyediri, who's the governor of Bayelsa, is a PDP man as well, and he is a hand-picked governor from Dixon, who is a senator now for Bayelsa, who was a former governor. So there's going to be a real battle. But Peter Obi has a chance. Now, what I don't know about Peter Obi is the amount of work that his people are doing on ground. Peter Obi's best bet is grassroots mobilization to the voters. They are on his side, but he has to effectively have a system that will get a lot of these voters to actually get their PVCs and vote for him. Because his challenge will be wrestling with the likes of Oyediri. But a lot of these local governments, keep in mind, I don't know if you saw the interview from the Asari Dokubo, where he was talking about Wike. And Asari Dokubo is from Rivers State. He's Kalabari from River State, he's Kalabari Ijo. So his background and the people in those areas are not happy with Wike. They're not. But the thing about it is, Peter Obi, I don't, and that's the, you know, as you well know, I'm a Peter Obi supporter, but that is the only question I have is
how did you get there? You were not once upon a time. 2-3 weeks ago, you were not.
Yeah, I've listened to the man, and you know, one man, I presented some factual information. I've researched his background and the work and what he actually did. And what really got me was not only did he have success in Anambra State, he got international acclaim. United Nations organizations that had never worked in Anambra State came and worked with him. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, that had a long history of investigating corruption within Nigeria for health reasons, decided to give $1 million to the health infrastructure of Anambra State and work with him. He gave 30,000 computers to secondary schools, 25,000 of our HP computers. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. So for me, in looking at all those hard facts, I'm not saying the man is a saint, but I'm looking at his work and his body of work. And that is why I came to the conclusion that yes, among the candidates that are most likely to get the seats, he is the best. And another thing is this: he is actually going around and selling himself. He's having conversations. He's putting out his information. He's trying to convince people about the best. These other guys don't even bother to ask for your vote. In what world do politicians campaign and they don't even bother? They're just sitting back and saying, listen, we're just going to bribe whomever we can.
You know, the campaign has not officially kicked off yet.
And that is my point, one man. He is actually running around doing this now. He's working. The man is working. And this is the thing. And that is why, you know, you're right. I wasn't a supporter, but I took my time. I said, okay, let me really dig into this guy's background. And I said, okay, his work is there and he continues to work. So, but the only question I have now is, if Peter Obi can successfully generate something to the likes of 10 or 15 million US dollars, which I'm sure he can, and he can get grassroots in mobilization in a lot of these local governments, it will shock Nigeria, especially in places. I'm going to leave the South for a second, but Benue, Taraba, Southern Kaduna, Abuja, Nasarawa, parts of Kogi, part of Adamawa, huge Christian population. He can win a significant amount in those places, I promise you. But it depends on the amount. He has to actually outwork these people to be able to get the kind of success he needs. But as far as my zone, where I'm really familiar with, and I've talked to people on ground, I have a close relative that used to be former president of Ijo Youth Council and Ijo National Congress. These people are closely watching him to see how the thing will pan out. Okowa is in a very dicey situation because Okowa's vice deputy governor is an Ijo man. Now in Delta State, the clamor for the next governor is that it will come from the Ijo ethnicity. Ijo ethnicity. Ijo ethnicity. Uruba has had their chance. What's in being name? It was Urubu. Ibori. Ibori was Ijo has not been governor. So they are clamoring the deputy governor is Ijo. So the thing now is they're saying, listen, this is our time. Okowa has to be able to fulfill that. If Okowa can successfully promise that, we know Delta is a PDP state, they can lean more towards his side. But the challenge that he's going to have is the support from Pandev. And Pa Ike Clark, you know, I would say he's a godfather in that area. Pa Ike Clark, not be today the guy starts. He's highly respected and he has a lot of following. So Peter Obi has the ability to get that area, but I don't know the grassroots efforts that are being put in for Obi, and that is where my question mark lies. I want to be able to understand because if he does it, he has a chance, a strong chance.
All right. So that's a different spin on it. So gentlemen, we're coming up to the 5-hour mark, and you know what that means. We start to round off. To land on Ajan Lekoko, as always, entertaining, interesting, and very insightful conversation as always. All thanks to you guys, of course. Let's kick the round off with Ego, who may or may not still be with us. So Ego, are you there? Oh, all right. Yeah, I didn't think it was. So thank you, Ego. So from Ego, let's go to Solomon. Solomon, we're taking closing remarks. Unmute.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I want to thank God for this successful section, and at times I just wonder some things like, for instance, this we coming talking about PVC and talking about new government coming in now. What about the constitution that these people are using to rule over us? There is this movement NINAS has been this NINAS movement has been going on for years now, and I wish the youth, like the way we are going for this PVC now, that we've supported these people in in contributing, like in emphasizing on this their movement to help to for the indigenous people of this Nigeria to come, as in like that kind of conference Jonathan had in I think 2014. If we've at least given our listening ears to Ninas and support them in what they are doing, and from there we'll first of all start making a very positive and big change. It's not really about, I just using this thing, it's not really about 2023 election. If the people come in, they'll still continue with that constitution. Let's still, as we are pushing for PVC, let us still stand with Ninas to renegotiate this country. That is what I have to contribute this morning. Thank you, everyone.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Solomon. So have a good night. So that's Solomon, of course. You all know him already. So that's Solomon, fast established on the platform as a leading voice. One of the traditional leading voices, of course, Baba Akure, who holds no punches. Baba Akure, closing remarks.
Thank you for having me this evening. The only advice I will have for the younger Nigeria is to the way they channel their energy to get PVC, they should stop selling their vote. Vote for your conscience. It doesn't really matter either Peter B or Tinubu or Atiku, because sometimes you may think that we have a creator, and you see, when you do right things and somebody take advantage of you, your creator will always revenge. But when you compromise, let's say you collect money to vote and they didn't do anything, there's nothing your creator will do about it, because you've already compromised. So that is my suggestion for Nigerians. Get your PVC as you get it. Vote your conscience, not for $5, not for 5,000 naira, not for 10,000 naira. It doesn't really matter. If you want to vote for Tinubu, that is your choice. You want to vote for Atiku, that is your choice. If you want to vote for Showore, that is your choice. If you want to vote for Peter Obi, that is your choice. Your choice is your choice. Don't let anybody discourage you that, if you vote for Peter Obi, you are just wasting your vote. That is what you want to do. Your conscience is your conscience. Don't let anybody disturb you. Discourage you. If you vote for Tinubu, you have wasted your vote. Or if you vote your conscience. That is my take tonight, and talk to you guys tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Baba Kure. And thank you for spending the whole time. Baba Kure started with us and he ends with us. So thank you, Baba Kure. That was brilliant. So from Baba Kure, let's go to Saki. So Saki, we're taking closing remarks.
Oh, it's already 5 hours.
You see how the time flies.
I didn't even know. I thought it's just 1 hour. Yeah. This your program is really, I think I'm getting possessed by this your program.
Very good. Share it with people. It's like a drug, isn't it?
Yes. So I want to lend my voice to our viewers. I also want to lend my voice to Baba Akure, who spoke very well right now. So my advice too is to all Nigerians. Nigeria will be great one day. So everybody should do what is right. Vote your conscience. Don't consider your vote as a wasted vote. The only wasted vote is the vote that is not cast. So I will encourage everybody, come out in mass, vote anybody, vote the candidate of your choice, but make sure it is according to your conscience. So that is that. Good night all.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for your company today. So that's Saki, one of the voices that is emerging within the platform. So thank you, Saki, for spending the time. From Saki, we go to the latecomer, but he comes with his dictionary. Eyes on. Run for the hills. Eyes on.
Yes, one man. Thank you so much for allowing me on your podcast and on your show. And I don't think I've said this to you before, but I want to officially thank you for having this platform and having these challenging debates and questioning the status quo and questioning the candidates and questioning their credibility and giving people the ability to debate and holding people account to their statements and making them present facts and create strong arguments. So it's a really good thing. Now, I will say this. I think I want to expand on what Baba Akure said. You know, if you, whoever you want to vote for, please go ahead and vote for the person. But I will beg you, try your best to do your research. Try your best to look into the background, look at what they've done, look at their successes, look at their failures, look at everything about them, and then make your decision based on what you found out. Nobody is perfect. Some candidates, you know, have done things. Some are career criminals, some are not, some are maybe pseudo criminals. But look into their background, find out your information, and then decide to make a decision. And when you make a decision, don't make a decision based on who could possibly win. That is a flawed decision. Make your decision based on who you think you support, based on your principles and your desire to see Nigeria become a better country. That is where your decision should come from, not for who can win. So don't make the argument. So when I have debates with people about Peter Obi or Showore, the first thing they say, oh, he can't win. And the argument I say is, oh, if you agree with everything he's saying, you're choosing not to vote for him because you think he doesn't have a chance. And they say yes. And I'm like, what kind of logic is that? That should never be the logic. The logic should be, I am voting for him because I believe he has the wherewithal to do what is best for this nation, and he has the capacity to make it a better country. That is why I'm voting for him. And even if he may not win, you've cast your vote in the right direction. That is all you can do as a citizen. You can't force the situation to tip in your favor. And if he doesn't win and these criminals win, oh well. But your conscience is clear that you voted for the candidate that you believe can change the country. So all you people that might look at Peter Obi and say, oh, well, you know, he cannot win, therefore I'm not going to vote for him. That is not a valid argument. Look into the man's background objectively, and if you see anything there that shows that in his history he was able to change certain things as an executive, then make your decision. If you don't like him, you don't like him. That's fine. If you have questions about him, question him. That is allowed. But look at it objectively. Make your decision and try to get the information you need. One man, thank you again, and thank everyone.
All right, thank you. That's Aison. So you can come out now from wherever you are hiding. the grammar is being kind now. It's left the grammar behind. So thank you, Aison. So from Aison, we go to Kulata, one of the evolving voices on the platform. So Kulata, closing remarks.
So thanks, guys. Like, I discovered this platform by accident, and I've been hooked. There's a lot of great conversations that happen, and I'm so happy to be a Nigerian and proud. I mean, I can't tell people who to vote or what to vote for, but what I will say is vote your interest. You need an interest, vote for it. That is what democracy is. If we're left with no good choice, then vote the ones that represent your choice, even if that person doesn't have a chance. So if you like Peter Obi, vote for Peter Obi. If you like Showore or whoever you want to vote for, but at least participate. But don't stop there. For those that are abroad that are privileged, go back to your local school. If it's run down, put some money into it, build it up. You'll make a difference in those kids' life. Like, take on 3, 4, 5 people, adopt their education, pay for it up to a good point. I mean, invest back. It doesn't have to end in election like rambling and arguments. try and make a difference outside of this process. I believe one by one, I mean, you will help your people. They will be able to help their people. Will be able to elevate a lot of people out of poverty. So it doesn't have to end with election cycle. I keep saying that. I feel the bigger difference can be made outside the election cycle. So once again, thanks everyone. I appreciate being able to discuss with you guys.
All right. Thank you, Kulata. So that's Kulata, one of the new voices now on the space. And just to what Kulata was saying, that to go and adopt one person, that's not to say adopt them and make them your child. There's a concept. There's an acronym. They say each one teach one. So that's I think is what Kulata was on with that comment. Each one teach one. So if each one of us teach one person, that is not to say sit them in front of you and tell them 1 + 1 is 2. No, sponsor their learning, so that through sponsoring that one person's learning, you might, with a good chance, rescue maybe a whole swathe of our generation, or even change a family lineage from one direction to another just through the education of one person. Each one teach one. So the final word as ever, one like no other, the daddy of them all, king of boys, the mighty one, Ajan Lekoko.
Thank you, one man. Let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. Your contributions are quite meaningful. And let me speak a little bit on Igbokwe and Obi's position on infrastructure and education. I think both of them positions are right, good for our for the development of the country. But both of them are playing politics to condemn each other. Obi for condemning Igbokwe position on infrastructure. I think he was just playing politics. And Igbokwe to condemn Obi on education and calling him just an ordinary trader that doesn't understand how infrastructure contribute to economic development of the country. I think it's a politics too. So you cannot take any one of them out. Any one of those infrastructure, education, they have to go pari passu. They have to, nations that really want to develop economically must be running everything simultaneously. As you are investing on education, you must be investing on small SME, and you must be investing on infrastructure, and that's how that's what elevate the economic growth of the economy of the country. So they were playing politics, and this is why we have to really listen and watch these politicians well before we join behind them and champion them. So it was politics they are playing. So that's by the side. Then on Nigerian, looking up to 2023, how the election how the election will play out. Look, engineer always come here, tell us one thing, that there is hunger in the land. Hunger is biting hard in Nigeria. Poverty is already weaponized. So if we are thinking that people are not going to take money and vote against their conscience, we should take that out completely. People will sell their vote. And politicians knows their people well. Nigerian people are noisemaker. They are not courageous people. And courageous people can people that are not courageous can never achieve any good thing. That is who we are as people. We are not courageous. We are not consistent. We are tribal. And we are ignorant most of the time. Ignorant people. Even most educated ones are very, very ignorant people. They don't even know these candidates well. They don't even know the ideology they stand for. They don't even know the program they have for the nation. They just vote for name. Maybe that name is a name that is tribal, of the same tribe, rather to me. And I just fall in line. Say, oh, this is my tribal man. This who I'm. That is the problem. That is what plays out in Nigerian politics. So, but as far as I am concerned, I will still stand for my own candidate, who is Omoyele Sowore. A lot of people, a lot of Nigerians, when you ask them back home, go and vote for so person. If you are recommending a new candidate to them to vote for, most of them are like people that already lost hope. They've seen them as the same, that even this new person you are introducing to us is going to act like them, that he cannot do anything, there is nothing he can change, that he can be saying good thing now. When he get there, he's going to become one of these politicians. He's going to be acting like politician. That is the problem with our people. Non-courageous people, people that doesn't want, that are afraid of change. The present situation they're going through, that they are complaining, an option for change that is there for them, they are afraid to jump on that option. How do you expect, when your people are not courageous to effect change, how do you expect anything good, any good thing to happen in your country? Nothing good going to happen. So it's a reflection of who we are. We are always afraid of taking courageous steps. We are afraid of taking the bull by the horn. We are afraid of doing the right thing. So, but we keep watching how everything is going to play out. On this platform, we continue to scrutinize every candidate for what they stand for. We are not going to support any candidate just for supporting sake. No. We are not going to do it here. We will scrutinize them, and we will put before Nigerians before Nigerians, we will analyze it here. We will scrutinize them and then mold the opinion. Give it out for people to now make their choice. This is what we are doing here. We are not behind any candidate, but as far as I'm concerned, the best person I see among them that is very consistent, I wish all Nigerians are consistent people, that is very courageous. I wish all Nigerians are courageous. That is very fearless. I wish all Nigerians are fearless. That is different from them all, that refuse to be part of politicians. I wish Nigerians can do away with politicians. That is the man that possesses that quality that Nigerians need now. And that is person that can bring the change and transform that Nigeria. So, other than that, let me thank those of you behind the scenes.
Ajanle Koko, just before you round off, that space that we have been monitoring, the attempt to substitute Machina's name with Ahmad Lawan, that has now been reversed by Inec. They have released the list of candidates for elective positions in 2023, and Yobe North Senatorial District, not Ahmad Lawan, but the person that won the primary, Bashir Machina. So that is the name that INEC has recognized. So this somewhat marks the end of Ahmad Lawan's political career.
Oh, that's the end of Ahmad Lawan. I think the new electoral law specify clearly, and which Femi Falana spoke to yesterday, that whoever does not participate in primary can never, on any condition, can never be the candidate of the party. If you participated in the primary and you come last, maybe for one reason or the other, your name is changed, that person that came last can be substituted for the candidate of the party. That's a different thing. But if you did not participate, you can never be the candidate of the party. That is what the new electoral law says. And that is what I think INEC, is trying to effect. That is what I believe that they effected by, standing by that guy and not, Ahmad Lawan. So Ahmad Lawan, sorry, maybe it will become just ordinary folk like us going to market to buy ewa, elubo and ewa begiri for the wife now. So Ahmad Lawan, bye-bye. So that is good for our democracy.
Also on that list, dropped was Akpabio, Devumahi, etc. All for the same reasons. They did not really participate in their primaries, and they were trying to be snuck in via the back door by Abdullahi Adamu. So Akpabio, he sees at least for this cycle, 2023 is just Mr. Akpabio now, nothing else.
That is the good thing that the new electoral law have brought to us. So they did not participate in the primary, and therefore there's no way the chairman or the party leaders can manipulate and submit their name to INEC. INEC will never accept any name of person that did not participate in primary. So that's the situation now. So it's good for our democracy, good development, and I believe this will teach politicians and particularly party structure lessons that they have to be transparent. They have to allow free and fair primary process within the party. That is how democracy works. You have to create a level playing field as a political party for all aspirants, to participate, and not some people are not manipulating the system and just submit any name. You allow process. Some people will go and slug it out on the field, but behind the door, you go and submit name of another candidate because it's a closer person, or because he brought millions of dollars to you as a chairman of a party, and you go and submit. No, it doesn't work anymore. So it's a good development from INEC right there. So congratulations and kudos to INEC. So other than that, let me thank our brothers and sisters behind the scene. that have been chatting since the beginning to this to this time, and our brother Alessandra Gomez, the chairman, board of trustee, one man went to Mo. Thank you so much for your super chat all the time, non-stop, super chat. Thank you so much, sir. And Alessandra Kashe, thank you for holding strong that commentary section. Thank Jaja, thank Flash Mankind, Ask Google, thank Ortiz, our military guy. Thank you for the service for United States. So thank others. My sister Boxman, if you are there, I really thank you as well. And, every other person, I give you thanks. Come back tomorrow. Let's do it again. And to one man, the ego, the man that is the driver of the platform, I give you big thanks as well for bringing us together always. I don't know how some people will feel. Sometimes I don't know how we feel anytime that you didn't come. I believe some people will feel we miss something for that particular day. I do. Sometimes that you take a break, I feel that, oh yeah, something is missing. One of the schedules is missing in my daily schedule. So I thank you so much. I hope tomorrow, by the grace of God, you will come again and we will join you. Thank you, one man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well put. So that's Ajanle Koko, and that, of course, is why he rounds off the show. No one else can do it quite that way. So that has been it. So thank you, one and all. It's been an interesting session, somewhat dominated by Solomon, who joins us from Nigeria. So I wonder what we are going to talk about tomorrow, because the election was run today, superintended by Solomon Peters, and who has returned Tinubu as your president for 2023. So we've done the elections early, we've called in the results, and then we then try and weigh that result against the political space. That was just a fun little exercise, by the way, with Solomon. So nobody is declaring it, because very soon now they start to scream and shout. You know what they are like, the OB people. So don't get too wild don't get your knickers in a twist. Don't get too ahead of yourself. But that permutation, you can see, as Solomon was chatting it through, I think very few people would have been disagreeing really with it, even though they would disagree in hope, but they could not really disagree in reality, because politics is about reality. Let me show that screen again, because it is necessary that we understand what we're talking about. So let me just show you this screen again before I just before I shut it down. So that is a map of Nigeria right there. You all know what the map of Nigeria looks like. So I'm not sure if you can see my cursor here. Yeah, I'm swirling it around. So from Benue, Kogi, Kwara, all the way to Sokoto, Katsina, Jigawa, Yobe, Borno. So that's the north. So just look at, so this map really gives you a good feel of the texture of it. So all of that necessarily by the Nigerian understanding, that's what we consider to be the north. And then further down, this gray area here is the southwest. So you see Oyo, Osun, Ekiti, Ondo, Ogun, Lagos. So that's the southwest. And then the green bit here is the southeast. So the narrative that is coming out of this green bit, a lot of people have actually led you to the thought that there's a prospect of this. This is what Buhari was talking about when he said a dot in the circle, by the way. So you can see what it means. It wasn't even being derisory. He was just saying how small and the space is within the Nigerian greater mass. So what they are telling you is that the narrative coming out of this place is going to subsume from all of these blue areas all the way to Sokoto, Katsina, sweep up all of these gray areas, which is Yoruba land, take the pinkish areas, Edo Delta, Cross River, to then make these green beats have oversight over the vast expanse. So if you look at the map, you can't see it, can you? Kaduna State are not, I'm not sure that I'm hearing too many obedience in Kaduna State. I'm certainly not hearing it from Gombe State, Adamawa. They're saying they are Christians there. Don't worry about that. The article comes from there. Yobe, who's talking? Babagana Zulum is the governor of Borno State, and he's not obedient at all. In fact, his white family categorically disobedient. Who will talk about obedience in Katsina State, where Buhari comes from? Kano State, where Abdullahi Ganduje holds sway. Who will go to Kaduna State and tell El Rufai that something is obedient? Oh, there are Christians there, this, that. Don't forget all that now. You know better than that, and you should know better than that. So there it is. If you look at the map tells you all you need to know. But we can play along, of course, because we don't want to offend anybody's delicate sensibilities. But there it is right there, and that is how it pans out. So, all right. So this is Irene still fighting hard. Don't worry, Irene. You see the map. You know deep within yourself. You know. But we play along because we don't want to upset anybody's delicate balance. But and don't worry, nobody will gloat when the reality dawns. But the reality will dawn, and we'll bring the dawning of it, of course, on this platform. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation on within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.